The sky had always spoken to her. Not in words, but in warnings. Low rumbles that stirred something deeper than sound, something bone-deep and older than the world she knew. Miravela had never been special. Her life in the sleepy village of Elmsmoor was stitched together by routines. Morning tea with mint leaves from the crooked garden, tending the old bookshop that smelled of forgotten pages and rain, and silent dinners where her only company was the wind scratching at the shutters. But in the weeks before her 22nd birthday, the quiet had shifted. Birdsong faltered. The fog clung longer. Shadows stayed too long at the edges of her vision. And the dreams came. They were not hers. In them she was someone else, robed in ash-colored silk, standing in a temple carved from obsidian, whispering words in a language her waking mind had never heard. She would wake up breathless, her fingers tingling as if they'd touched something sacred. Or cursed. Each time the same voice lingered behind her ribs. "You promised me eternity." Mira told no one. Not the widow who ran the apothecary next door, not Father Edric who always asked too many questions, and certainly not Mrs. Harrow, her landlord who believed in curses the way most believed in taxes. But something was coming. The thunder knew it. The earth did too. That afternoon, it rained black petals. Not from any tree she knew. They drifted silently onto the cobblestones as she locked up the shop, swirling like ink in water, leaving stains on her skin. She wiped them off, heart stuttering. No one else seemed to notice. No one ever did. Back in her cottage, the fireplace crackled as she wrapped herself in a wool shawl. She opened one of the dream books she kept hidden beneath the floorboards, pages filled with fevered sketches of temples, altars, and eyes like dark moons. None of it made sense. But it was all hers, until the knock came, not a rap, a command. 3 slow, heavy strikes against wood that had held strong through every storm. Her pulse leapt, then ran. She shouldn't answer, she knew that. But something ancient moved her feet. When she opened the door, the world tilted. A man stood there. No, not a man, not entirely. His cloak bled shadow, clinging to him like living smoke. Hair dark as ravens fell over shoulders that held a weight too vast for mortals. And his eyes, gods, his eyes were like polished obsidian split by starlight. Cold, beautiful, endless. "Mira," he spoke, voice low like wind through ruins. "You have forgotten me." He stepped forward, a single black petal falling from his shoulder to her doorstep. "But I have come to collect what was promised." And before she could scream or shut the door or even blink, he bowed. Not with reverence, with ownership. "My soul bound," he said. "You are mine." She didn't run. She couldn't. Not because she was afraid, but because somewhere inside her, a voice whispered back, "I know." And in that breath between thunder, something long buried began to stir. She didn't remember the vow, but her blood did, and it sang like a curse beneath her skin. He didn't step inside. He didn't need to. The threshold trembled, the ancient wood groaning as though the very bones of the cottage recognized him. Wind slithered in around his boots, cool and smelling of night-blooming thorns. The air shifted, heavy with something Mira had no name for, familiarity laced with dread, the scent of ruin wrapped in longing. She stood frozen, one hand still clutched to the doorframe, the other twitching at her side like it remembered a weapon long since lost. "You're mistaken," she breathed. It wasn't a protest. It was a prayer. To gods who no longer listened. The stranger tilted his head. A single strand of dark hair slipped forward, brushing against his cheek. The gesture should have humanized him, made him real, approachable. It didn't. "I do not make mistakes," he murmured, and the truth of it hung in the room like a blade. She backed away. Not far, just enough to put space between her breath and his. But space meant nothing to beings who crossed planes and promises. What are you?" she asked. She hated the way her voice trembled, hated that the question wasn't who, but what. Because deep down she already knew. This wasn't a man with secrets. This was a secret wearing a man's shape. His eyes flicked to hers, not with cruelty, but with gravity. "I am what was forged when the veil was young. I am bound by pact, blood, and vow. And I am yours, Miravale." A pause, like a breath held too long. "Though you have forgotten me, I have not forgotten you." Her mouth parted, but her thoughts were a shattered mirror, no single shard large enough to hold a question. "You were only a child when they took you from me," he continued, voice threaded with something ancient and bruised. Before your blood could remember, before your soul could resist, they severed the tether, hid you in this skin of normality. Mira flinched. Something inside her recoiled from the words, tether, soul, blood, but not in denial. In recognition. The dreams, the voice, the aching sense that she was out of place, that the world had never quite fit around her bones. I dreamed of you, she whispered before she could stop herself. Before you came. His expression shifted. Barely. But it was enough. The bond persists, he said, even when broken. Silence bloomed between them. Then, as if conjured by the gravity of his presence, the black petals returned, falling slow, soft, impossibly heavy. They pooled at his feet, a coronation of sorrow. You don't get to claim me, she said suddenly, the words raw with desperation she didn't understand. I'm not a prize, or a bride, or a soul-bound anything. I didn't choose this. No, he agreed quietly. But you did once. The fire in the hearth cracked. The flames leaned sideways toward him, and in that flickering light she saw something behind his eyes. A fracture. A wound. A memory too sharp for the living. You gave yourself to me, Mira, with blood and name and breath. He leaned in, just slightly. His voice dropped to a hush, and the shadows seemed to listen. And when the old gods bore witness, the stars sealed the vow. Her heart thundered, too loud for her ribs. You are not bound by force, he finished. You are bound by your own will. She stepped back again. This time he did not follow. Instead, he reached into the folds of his cloak and drew out a thin strip of ancient silk, charcoal gray, embroidered with a symbol she had only ever seen in her dreams. A circle split by a crescent, wrapped in flame. He held it out to her, palm steady. When you are ready to remember, he said, burn this in moonlight. And just like that, he turned and walked into the mist. No flourish, no threat, only the heavy silence of something important ending, or beginning. Mira stared at the ribbon in her hand, the embroidered thread warm against her skin. Outside, the black petals vanished one by one, as if they had never fallen. But inside, a single word pulsed behind her eyes, ancient and aching. Ashariel. And though she didn't know whose name it was, her soul whispered it like a vow remembered too late. Mira didn't sleep. The ribbon remained on the table, coiled like a serpent beside the cold teacup she'd forgotten to drink. Hours passed in silence, broken only by the restless shiver of wind tapping against the shutters like impatient fingers. Ashariel. The name pressed against her temples, a drumbeat without rhythm, impossible to ignore. It meant nothing, yet it echoed inside her like a forgotten lullaby. She moved through her home as if it were no longer hers. The books she'd once loved seemed dimmed, the fire dull, the walls unfamiliar. Even the reflection in the window, a pale woman with hollow eyes and tangled hair, seemed like a stranger mimicking her shape. Had she been living someone else's life? The dreams returned before dawn, sharper now. Not fragmented visions, but full memories she hadn't asked for. A forest of bone-white trees stretching endlessly beneath a violet sky. A black altar carved from obsidian, bathed in moonlight. A kiss sealed in blood beneath a rain of dying stars. And him. Not cloaked in shadow as before, but bare beneath the light of 1,000 hovering flame flies. His face was the same, yet younger, less burdened. The corners of his mouth curved with something unspoken, fear, hope, reverence. She touched his cheek in the dream. Her fingers burned. She smiled, though her eyes were wet with sorrow. I will find you again, he'd said. Even if time forgets your name. Mira gasped awake. The ribbon pulsed on the table, as if it had waited centuries for this moment. Her hands moved before her thoughts could protest. She wrapped the ribbon in trembling fingers, stepped out into the frigid dark, and followed the soundless pull of something older than instinct. The moon waited, fat and silver and watching. She didn't speak. She didn't breathe. She struck the match. The silk burned silently, curling into itself, the flame white-hot and unnatural. It didn't smoke. It didn't ash. It dissolved into the wind, unraveling into strands of glowing light that vanished into the night. The ground trembled beneath her bare feet. Then she heard it, a low melodic hum, like the world itself remembering a song it had once known by heart. The trees bowed. The mist thickened not with fog but with presence. And then he appeared, not walking, not approaching, simply there, Ashariel. No cloak this time, just dark armor traced with silver filigree, and eyes that burned with recognition so intense it made her bones ache. You remembered, he said, and there was no triumph in his voice, only grief, raw and infinite. Mira stood frozen. The wind lifted her hair, wrapping it around her like a veil. Every breath she took felt shared, like the air between them wasn't hers alone. I saw you, she whispered. In the dream, I touched your face. His jaw clenched. That was not a dream. It was the last moment before they took you. Her fingers curled at her sides. Who? Asheriel stepped closer, slowly, cautiously, as if she might vanish again. Those who feared what we were becoming, the sealed circle. The ones who believe fate is a chain, not a choice. He stopped a breath away. His eyes searched hers, as if trying to find the version of her he had once loved. You were a conduit, he said. Half mortal, half lightborn. They used your blood to open the gate of dusk, and when the veil between worlds thinned, they erased your memory, hid you, buried the truth. The world tilted. Mira staggered, reaching for the nearest tree. Its bark pulsed beneath her palm like a heartbeat. No, she whispered. That's madness. But it's your madness, he said gently. And mine. The ribbon's warmth lingered in her palm, though it was long gone. She looked up at him, at the eyes she had drawn in her notebooks, at the man whose name her soul had whispered in sleep. Why come for me now? She asked, voice breaking. After all this time? Asheriel stepped forward. The space between them disappeared. Because the veil is thinning again. Because they'll come for you. And because... He reached out, fingertips grazing her wrist. I still love you. Mira didn't flinch, but the forest did. Every branch bowed, every leaf shivered. She didn't know this story, but it knew her. And as his touch met her skin, the stars above blinked once, as if the sky itself was watching two halves of a vow begin to remember their whole. The next morning arrived too soon and too bright, but Mira couldn't feel the sun. Not really. She sat on the edge of her bed, hands still tingling from Asheriel's touch. Beneath her skin, something coiled and whispered, as though memory had taken root in her bones. There were no words for it, no shape, but she felt changed. Stretched between two lives, Elmsmoor remained the same. Children ran past the bakery, giggling through the fog. The old men at the tavern played their morning cards beneath ivy-draped awnings. And Mira walked among them like a ghost in her own life. No one had seen the man cloaked in shadow. No one smelled the smoke of the ribbon. No one heard the wind hum her name. Back in the bookshop, she tried to lose herself in the familiar, sorting the new spines, writing titles in the ledger, tracing the frayed leather of old tomes she'd never quite dared open. But the silence was wrong now. It throbbed with waiting. Asheriel had said they would come. The sealed circle. Who were they? Priests, magicians, gods? Her dreams offered no answer, only flashes of faces in gold masks, cloaks that swallowed light, rituals that smelled of iron and ash. Each image vanished when she reached for it like breath on a mirror. That evening a storm gathered. It rolled in with a hunger, devouring the edge of the sky. The villagers spoke of it with uneasy humor, summer thunder. They called it, though Mira felt no warmth in the air. She locked the shop early. As she crossed the stone bridge near the edge of town, she felt it. A pull. Not from within her, but toward her. Her vision dimmed, and suddenly she was not alone. They stepped from the trees like shadows made flesh. 3 figures, tall and robed in crimson, with veils drawn over their faces. Where their feet touched the earth, frost spread. Mira stopped breathing. You've lingered too long, the one in the center said, though no mouth moved beneath the veil. You were meant to forget. I didn't choose to forget, Mira said, voice ragged. You took that from me. A ripple of power swept through the clearing like the world itself recoiling from truth. You broke the circle, another intoned. The pact was sealed. He was to remain bound in the dusk, and you, unknowing. She felt the mark then, not a visible wound but a thrum beneath her ribs, hot and alive. The place where her soul had once been tied to Asheriel. You lied to me, she whispered. No, the center figure said. We protected you. From him, from yourself. A sound echoed from the trees behind her, low, vast, ancient. Asheriel. He stepped from the shadows like he'd always belonged there, his armor glinting with stormlight. His presence bent the air. The red-robed figures hissed, stepping back as if scorched. She knows, he said coldly. You cannot undo that. She remembers fragments, the tallest replied. But knowledge is not consent. She is not whole. Asheriel turned to Mira, His expression was unreadable, but his voice was a thread between them, soft, coaxing. You don't have to choose now, but if you do, if you say the vow again, they will no longer be able to touch you. What vow? Mira asked, her voice breaking. Ashariel stepped closer. Slowly, reverently. Your true name, he said. The name only I remember. And then he whispered it. It wasn't Mira. It wasn't anything she'd heard spoken before, but it shattered through her like starlight, like fire, like truth. She fell to her knees, gasping, her heart beating so loudly she thought the earth might break. The red-robed figure screamed, not in fear, but in fury. The bond reforms, one roared. Ashariel's hand closed around hers, and a blaze of light erupted from the ground beneath them. Sigils carved into the dirt flared into view, old, forgotten language written in flame. Mira stood, not by will, by memory. She spoke 3 words, not in English, not even aloud, but the earth heard her, the veil heard her, and the pact rekindled. The circle vanished in a shriek of unraveling magic torn back into the places between time. The storm above them broke into silence. The air cleared. Mira collapsed against Ashariel. You remembered enough, he murmured. Your awakening. She didn't respond. But in her palm, a mark glowed softly, a crescent wrapped in flame. And deep beneath the soil, something ancient shifted, because a soul-bound bride had remembered her name. And the stars were listening again. Mira did not dream that night. Dreams were for those untouched by memory, for minds still unbound by the truth. She had crossed that line. Instead, she remembered, not in linear pieces, but in waves, heat and sorrow, blood and promise. Ashariel's voice echoing across 1,000 lifetimes, her own laughter carved into the hollow silence of ruined temples. She saw herself in silks of storm-colored thread, standing beneath a sky that was not a sky at all, but a dome of flickering constellations stitched by forgotten gods. In the morning, the mark on her palm had faded from gold to silver, but its warmth lingered. She could still feel it pulsing, soft and steady, like the hum of distant thunder beneath her skin. She was Mira Vele, and she was someone more. The house felt smaller, the village thinner. Every wall she'd once trusted seemed newly transparent, as though reality were growing tired of holding back the veil. Ashariel stood beneath the blackthorn tree when she stepped outside, waiting. No words passed between them. Not at first. He watched her with that stillness he always wore, like a statue left behind after the world ended. But today there was something else beneath it. A flicker of hesitation, of hope. You burned it all down, she said finally, not as accusation, but fact. I would burn the stars themselves if it brought you back to me, he answered. The words struck her harder than she expected, not because they were beautiful, but because they felt true. They walked through the edge of the woods where the path vanished and the trees grew close like old secrets. The deeper they went, the more the world changed. No birds sang here. No light broke through the branches. The air held the quiet of sacred places, where even breath felt like trespass. You said I was a conduit, she said as they walked, that I was used to open something. Ashariel nodded once. The gate of dusk, a threshold between this realm and the beyond. And I agreed to that, she asked. No, he said, glancing toward her. You were deceived. You were told it was a ritual of protection, that the bond between you and I was a necessary seal, that without your essence, the realm would fracture. Mira stopped. My essence? He turned to face her fully. You were born of both realms. Your mother was mortal. Your father was not. That bloodline made you more than human. It made you a vessel, and they coveted that. Who were they? She whispered. He looked away. Priests, kings, old ones with no names. The sealed circle were only the final hands in a long chain of theft. A wind stirred the trees, lifting the edges of Mira's coat like invisible fingers. And you? She asked. What were you in all this? His eyes darkened. I was your guardian, your equal, your tether. The bond we forged was real. It was the one thing they did not anticipate. Mira exhaled slowly. So they severed me from you. They tried. His voice was raw now, but something in you resisted. Even when your memory was broken, your soul never let go. She wanted to believe him, but her world had cracked open too quickly. Why didn't you come sooner? She asked. Ashariel stepped closer. His presence curled around her like dusk. I tried, but the seal blinded me. I searched across realms, I tore through veil and time. I came when the tether sparked again, when you dreamed of me. And now that I remember, she said, looking up at him. Now you are in danger. The words dropped like stones. He lifted his hand, not to touch, but to hover just beside her cheek. They will come for you again, not to erase, but to consume. She shivered. Why now? Because the gate is waking. The beyond is stirring, and if they take you again, his voice faltered for the first time. You won't survive it this time, neither will I. Silence bloomed between them, then Mira took his hand. It was warm, human, and not. We fight then, she said softly, together. Ashariel blinked. The faintest smile ghosted his lips. Together. From the woods, the air shifted, and something screamed, not with sound but with magic, a ripple across reality, a war drum beneath the surface of the world. Mira didn't flinch. She stood taller. The past had found her, but so had her power. And as twilight bled into the sky, Miravale walked deeper into the woods, not to hide, but to awaken the part of herself that had once kissed the stars and dared to bind a god. The deeper they walked, the less the world resembled the one she'd always known. Branches arched above them like cathedral vaults, threaded with silver moss that pulsed faintly with light. The trees were no longer simply trees. They leaned, listened, and hummed in languages older than words. Roots twisted like veins across the forest floor, and every step Mira took felt like a trespass through living memory. This place, she whispered, reaching out to trail her fingers along the bark of a great white tree. It was smooth and cold, as if made of stone rather than wood. Ashariel walked a step behind her now, not out of distance, but deference. This is the waking hollow, he said, a place suspended between breath and memory, where the veil is thinnest. Mira turned to him. It remembers us. He nodded. We came here once, when you first bound your name to mine. A rush of warmth flooded her chest. Not memory, but emotion. The echo of joy so fierce it frightened her. She stepped into a clearing ringed with black thorns. At its center stood a small stone pedestal, covered in moss and etched with the same sigils that had burned beneath her feet the night the sealed circle vanished. Without thinking, she knelt before it. The stone pulsed under her palm. Why does it feel like I've stood here before? She asked, voice low. Ashariel's footsteps were silent behind her. Because you have. This is where you made your vow. Then why don't I remember everything? She asked, frustration bubbling in her throat. Why only flashes? Why only pieces? Because memory is not a door, he said gently. It is a maze, and you are still finding your way back. She pressed her forehead to the stone. I feel like I'm drowning in someone else's life. Ashariel crouched beside her, close but not touching. It's yours, he said. It always was. The silence between them thickened. The forest watched. The pedestal thrummed. Mira turned to him slowly. Then show me, she said. All of it. I don't want shadows anymore. Ashariel hesitated. For the first time, fear crept into his eyes. If I show you everything, he murmured, you may not forgive me. She held his gaze. Let me decide. He exhaled one breath, ancient and sorrowful, and reached out with both hands. Give me your palms. She offered them. The moment their skin met, the world disappeared. Darkness, then a scream, hers but not now. A scream torn from a younger throat, echoing through halls of silver and glass, hands dragging her down steps, ribbons torn from her hair, cloaks swirling around her as words were spoken in a tongue she could almost understand, her name carved into stone with iron blades. And Ashariel, bloody, bound, broken, kneeling before her as the circle chanted, no, she sobbed, tears burning. I won't, don't make me forget, don't take him from me, but they did. The sigils flared, the veil opened. Her name was split from her soul and buried, and her world went white. Mira gasped. She was on her knees in the clearing, hands shaking. Ashariel was beside her, his face pale, jaw clenched. You fought them, he said quietly. You bled for me. She nodded, tears sliding silently down her cheeks. I didn't want to forget. He didn't answer. He didn't need to, because they both knew what had been taken and what had now been returned. The forest bowed. The sigils on the pedestal ignited once more, flaring blue then violet. Something in Mira's chest unlocked. A tether. A vow. She felt it anchor, not around her wrists or throat, but her heart, soft, unyielding, eternal. She turned to Ashariel. Say it, she whispered. He hesitated. Then, like a prayer, I am bound to you by choice, not fate, in light and ruin, in dusk and fire. And Mira answered with the words buried in her blood. I am yours, by vow freely given, My name, my soul, my breath. A wind roared through the hollow. The trees bent low. And in that moment, Mira Vale was no longer fractured, she was whole. And as the hollow bloomed around them, pulsing with ancient light, Mira realized the greatest magic was not memory, but choosing love again, even when the wound still bled. The hollow did not release them gently. Once the vow was renewed, the world shivered. A seam tore in the air, silent, silver, vertical, and the very fabric of the forest twisted inward. Trees leaned in unnatural arcs, petals unfolded from flowers that hadn't yet bloomed, and shadows slithered along the bark in reverse. Time stumbled over itself. Memory unraveled and rewove in an instant. Ashariel took Mira's hand. "This place is shifting," he warned. "It's folding to your will. The vow has awakened it." She looked around, her breath caught. The symbols on the stone pedestal flared again, not just sigils but language. Words she could now read, written in the first tongue of the Veil Walkers. Her former self had carved them. A promise, a map, a warning. Should the bond be reforged, the world will remember what it tried to forget. "What does it mean?" she whispered. Ashariel's grip tightened. "It means we are no longer hidden." A soft ringing began, high and glassy, like icicles striking one another in wind. Mira covered her ears. Ashariel drew her into his arms and turned, his cloak swirling as the ringing built to a pitch that cut the air like a scream. A figure emerged from the tree line. Not red-robed, not cloaked, but wreathed in flame. A woman, barefoot, with a dress of molten threads and eyes the color of split embers. Her hair drifted above her like smoke, and her skin glowed with cracks of gold light, as if her body barely contained what burned within. "A flame-born," Ashariel murmured, jaw tensing. The woman's voice licked the air like fire. "You've unbound the tether, fool." "I restored what was stolen," Mira snapped before she could think. The woman turned to her, and for a heartbeat, fear washed over every inch of Mira's skin. Not because the woman threatened her, but because she knew her. "Mira," the flame-born hissed, "you were not meant to remember." Ashariel stepped in front of her, protective. "You don't speak her name." "Oh, I do," the woman said, eyes narrowing, "because I burned it into her bones myself." Mira stumbled back. Ashariel growled low, his voice a reverberation in the hollow. "She was part of the circle?" Mira asked. Ashariel nodded once, grim. "One of their oldest, the firekeeper. She forged the sigils that tore you from me." The flameborn extended her hand. "Come with me now, and I will unmake the bond again. You'll forget. It will hurt less this time." "No," Mira said, steadier than she expected. "I'm not yours to break." "You were never meant to belong to him," she spat. "I don't belong to anyone," Mira snapped. "I choose him. I chose him then, and I do now." The forest roared. The flameborn snarled, lifting her hands. Fire spiraled in glowing rings from her fingers, forming runes in the air that pulsed like heartbeats. Ashariel moved faster than thought. His blade, wrought from shadow and starlight, appeared in his hand, slicing through the runes before they could strike. The flameborn screamed and vanished in a burst of heat that scorched the treetops. Silence returned, but not peace. Mira's knees buckled. Ashariel caught her before she fell, holding her tightly as the hollow exhaled its tremor. "She'll return," he murmured. "They all will." "How do we stop them?" Mira asked. He pulled her close, his voice barely more than wind against her neck. "By becoming what they feared the first time." Mira looked up at him. His eyes burned like stormlight. "And what was that?" she asked. He smiled, slow and quiet. The end of prophecy. Behind them, the sigils on the stone had changed. Not words now, but a doorway, drawn in light, glowing, open. "A realm walk," Ashariel breathed. "It leads to the place where your power was first awakened." Mira swallowed. "The place they tried to bury me." He nodded. "Will I survive it?" "I don't know," he said. "But I will walk it with you." She didn't hesitate. She took his hand and stepped into the light. And as the hollow sealed behind them, the world held its breath, for the soul-bound bride had chosen memory over mercy, and love over safety, and now the past would burn or bloom by her hand. There was no sensation at first. No falling, no weight. Just the slow collapse of the world around her, as if light itself had curled inward to make room for something else, something older, deeper, impossible. And then, breath, sound, a heartbeat not her own. Mira landed hard on cold stone. The air was sharp, metallic, and tasted of storms. A thick fog clung to her skin, heavy with whispers she couldn't understand. She pushed herself to her knees, palms stinging from the impact, and blinked as the fog began to thin. They were in a vast chamber carved from dark crystal, the walls gleaming with veins of violet light. The floor was etched with sigils that pulsed in time with the beating of her heart. Overhead, no ceiling, just an endless void that shimmered like water reflecting starlight. Ashariel stood nearby, his form outlined in silver blue. The realm seemed to respond to him. Every movement he made left glowing trails in the air, as if the space remembered him too well to let him go unnoticed. "Where are we?" Mira asked, her voice too loud in the stillness. He turned, slow and reverent. "This is the sanctuary of the first vow," he said. "The place where our souls were first bound, long before you bore the name Mira." She stood, legs unsteady, her gaze sweeping the room. "This was my prison," she murmured, the words tumbling from her mouth before her mind caught them. "No, not prison, altar." Ashariel nodded. "You were both sacrifice and sovereign. They called it preservation, but it was erasure." Mira walked forward, each step echoing with a resonance that made the chamber hum. She reached the center where a raised platform waited, carved into the shape of a blooming thornflower. A shallow bowl sat atop it, blackened, cracked, and ringed with ash. "My blood was here," she whispered. "They took it to seal the gate." Ashariel moved beside her, silent. "You remember more with each breath," he said. "The veil inside you is unraveling." She turned to him, her hands trembling. "I'm not the same person anymore." "No," he agreed. "You're more." A flicker of movement caught her eye. She spun. On the far end of the chamber, a mirror had awakened, a tall, oval shape carved into the crystal wall, now rippling like disturbed water. It didn't reflect her. It reflected the other her. She stepped closer and saw herself, draped in ceremonial robes the color of winter storms, eyes glowing with defiance, mouth smeared with blood. Around her neck, a choker of sigils. In her hands, a blade of bone. "Is that me?" she whispered. Ashariel approached behind her, slow. "That was the night of the betrayal. The night you severed the pact and ran. The last time you were truly whole." She couldn't stop staring. The reflection tilted its head, and then spoke. "You're late." Mira staggered back. "It's speaking. How is it speaking?" "It is the last echo of your former self," Ashariel said. "A memory too strong to fade." The mirrored version smiled, cruel and calm. "You're soft," it said. "You've forgotten what they did to us. You've forgotten the screams, the burning, the betrayal." Mira's voice shook. "I'm remembering." The reflection leaned closer. "Then remember this," it hissed. "You asked to be unmade. You begged them to take your name. You thought love was weakness." Ashariel stepped forward, his body tense. "Enough." But the echo sneered. "And you," it spat at him, stood there and watched her bleed. The words hit harder than any blade. Ashariel's face paled. "I tried to stop them. I was too late." Mira's hands curled into fists. "You didn't tell me that part." He met her eyes. "I didn't think you were ready to carry that pain again." Silence bloomed between them, but this one was different, full of jagged things unspoken. "I trusted you," she whispered. "You still can," he said, voice raw. But the reflection laughed. "You trusted him once, and it led you here." The mirror began to crack. Fine lines spread across the surface like veins. The image bled away, and from the center, black smoke spilled forth. It hissed across the floor, forming shapes, hands, mouths, screaming eyes. Ashariel drew his blade. "They've sent wraiths to silence what you've remembered." Mira stepped back. "No," she said, trembling but resolute. "They won't take this from me again." Her hand lifted on instinct. Power pulsed from her palm, the mark glowing with renewed fury, and the crystal chamber responded. The sigils blazed, the floor quaked, light erupted from her chest. Not magic, not memory. Truth. The wraiths screamed as they burned, disintegrating in the air, ripped apart by the force of her becoming. Ashariel lowered his blade. The chamber fell still once more, and the mirror shattered. All that remained was silence, deep and reverent. Mira stood alone at the altar, her breath shallow, her heart pounding. "I remember," she whispered. Ashariel stepped beside her, his voice quiet. "What do you remember?" She turned to him. Her eyes were wet, but they glowed. "I was not their pawn," she said. "I was their undoing." And as the dust settled around her, Miravalli, soul-bound, sovereign, and scarred, stood not as a girl seeking answers, but as a flame reborn in the shape of defiance. The wind here did not blow, it breathed. Each exhale raked across Mira's skin like the fingers of a long-dead god, warm with memory and sharp with grief. Ashariel had warned her that the sanctuary would shift once the mirror shattered, and he was right. The chamber was gone. Now they stood beneath a crimson sky that pulsed like an open wound. Before them stretched a vast field of pale flowers, their petals paper-thin and trembling, rooted not in soil but in bone. Human. Not human. Some enormous, some impossibly small. "The bone garden," Ashariel murmured beside her, his voice a low offering to the silence. "It blooms where truth is buried." Mira stared at the ground beneath her boots. The bones were interwoven like a net, ribs cradling femurs, jawbones locked in endless screams, spines curving like roots beneath the blossoms. And among them, tiny sigils flickered, pulsing with soft violet light, like lanterns guiding a procession of the dead. "Are these," she began but couldn't finish. "Souls," Ashariel said, "bound and broken, carved apart by the circle in search of obedience. This is where they discarded the ones who remembered too much." Her stomach turned, the petals brushed her calves as she walked, and each touch brought a whisper. Faint, fragmented, names, pleas, prayers. And one voice, clear as glass, "Run." She spun. "Did you hear that?" Ashariel's eyes were already scanning the horizon. "They're watching." "Not the circle, them," Mira said, pointing to the hill at the center of the garden. A structure rose there, twisted and angular, like a tree turned inside out. Its roots curled into the air, its trunk formed from the spines of beasts long extinct. At its crown was a flame, black, still, breathing. "The archive of ash," he said, "where they kept the deepest truths." Mira's pulse spiked. "We need to go there." Ashariel moved in front of her. "If you do, you'll see everything. The vow, the betrayal, the reason they tore us apart. You may not want what waits at the center." She met his gaze. "You keep protecting me from things I asked to know." "Why?" His jaw tightened. "Because once you open that place, you won't be able to return to who you were, Mira." "I don't want to go back," she said, voice steady. "Not if it means living in shadows." Ashariel's eyes softened, then darkened with resignation. "Then walk carefully. The garden listens, it remembers." Together they crossed the bone-laced meadow. The closer they came to the archive, the heavier the air became, charged with memory, bristling with pain. Mira could feel the eyes on her, though she saw no faces. Only petals, only bones. At the base of the structure, a staircase descended into the earth, carved from teeth, rib, and time. A door waited below, wide and open, pulsing with red light from within. "Do you remember the first time you came here?" Ashariel asked quietly. "No," Mira said, "but my body does." She stepped into the dark. The archive swallowed her whole. Inside, it was warm. The walls were lined with scrolls made of skin, bound with hair, and inked in blood that never dried. But it wasn't gruesome, it was sacred. Every strand hummed with ancient power, 1,000 voices murmuring in languages Mira didn't need to translate. She understood them now. At the far end of the chamber, a single altar rose from the stone, cradling a shard of glass no larger than her palm. Mira approached it slowly. Ashariel remained near the threshold, as though he dared not follow. "What is this?" she asked. "The memory you gave away willingly," he said. "The one you demanded they cut from you, no matter the cost." Her hand hovered over the shard, and then without thought, she picked it up. Pain ripped through her. It wasn't just memory. It was a sensation. The cold kiss of a blade at her throat, the burn of magic searing through her chest, her own voice screaming, "Take it!" As Ashariel fought to reach her, chains held him back. And beyond them, a council of cloaked figures watched, their eyes empty voids. But worst of all, she saw herself smiling as it was done. A small, hollow smile. Because she believed it was the only way to save him. The shard fell from her fingers, clattering against the altar. Ashariel caught her as she collapsed, her breath ragged, her body soaked in cold sweat. "I chose to forget," she rasped. "I thought it would protect you." "And it nearly destroyed you," he said. "You gave up everything to keep me from becoming the weapon they needed. You broke the bond, not out of fear, but out of love." Tears streamed down her face, but they weren't from pain, they were from clarity. "They made me believe I was weak," she whispered. "But I was never weak. I chose to lose everything. For you." Ashariel pressed his forehead to hers. "We find them now," he said. "We burn the circle from the roots." She nodded, But as they turned to leave, the flame at the top of the archive roared to life. From its center a voice whispered, "She remembers. Send the others." Asheriel froze. "They know we're coming." Mira looked back at the altar one last time. "No," she said softly. "They know I'm ready." And as she climbed out of the Garden of Death, the air shook, not from fear, but from the promise of reckoning, born on the lips of the girl who once begged to forget. They emerged from the archive into twilight, though no sun had set. The bone garden had dimmed, the petals now closed in weeping crimson sap. The wind no longer breathed. It watched. Asheriel walked beside her in silence, his blade still sheathed but humming low with tension. Mira didn't speak, she couldn't. Her throat was raw with revelation, her heart pounding with a rhythm that wasn't entirely her own anymore. She had touched the shard. She had remembered, and now, they were coming. She felt them before she saw them. A wrongness curling at the edge of reality, bending light, stretching sound. The trees bowed away from their approach, their leaves withering in silent panic. The sky above splintered into fractured violet veins, like lightning made of memory. Asheriel stopped. "They've sent the others." Mira's voice was little more than a breath. "What are they?" "Remnants," he said. "Spirits without form, without past, without name. The circle feeds on what's forgotten. These are the scraps left behind." A chill slid down her spine. "Can they be killed?" Asheriel's jaw tensed. "Not truly. But they can be banished, if your will is stronger." From the tree line, they came. Not walking, not crawling, but dripping into the world like spilled ink, their forms shifting, warping, never holding shape. Eyes blinked across their bodies, dozens of them, glassy and unblinking. Mouths opened where no mouths should be, speaking in voices that echoed with Mira's own forgotten screams. One stepped forward, or folded into shape, half tall, half wide, and whispered, "You gave yourself to silence. Why speak now?" Mira stepped in front of Asheriel, because now she could. "I was made to forget," she said clearly, voice slicing through the thick air. "But I remember, and I will not be silent again." The creature writhed. Another leaned in, its face forming into a mirror of her own. "You are broken." "I was forged," she said, "in fire and love and blood." The first lunged. Asheriel moved, shadow and blade in one motion, but Mira raised her hand first. The mark on her palm blazed, brighter than ever before, forming into a glowing circle of light. Not a shield, a memory. The circle filled with visions, her past lives, her vow, her sacrifice, her awakening. Each fragment carved into the air around her like constellations. The creature struck the edge of the light and screamed. The scream turned inside out, folding back into the creature, and it burst apart in a shower of obsidian dust. The others hesitated. Asheriel stared at her, awed. "They feed on forgetfulness," she realized aloud, "but I've taken it back." "They can't consume what you've claimed," he said. Another creature lunged, but she didn't flinch. Mira stepped forward, letting the visions pulse from her skin, from her blood, from her soul. They scattered. Some dissolved, others fled, but one remained, larger than the rest. Slower, watching. Its form coalesced into the shape of a man, familiar, too familiar. Mira's breath caught in her chest. It looked like Asheriel. She turned to him, but he was beside her, real, tense, silent. "What is this?" she whispered. The doppelganger stepped forward. "I am what you fear most, the part of him that left you behind, that watched and did nothing, that will betray you again." Mira trembled. "You're not him." "I could be," it purred. "He already hid things from you. He already made choices for you. He already let you forget." Her fingers curled into fists. Asheriel stepped forward, furious. "That's not me." The creature grinned with his face. "But it could be. She wonders. She doubts." Mira stepped between them. "Maybe I do," she said. "But love isn't perfect, it's choice." Again and again. She pressed her hand to the creature's chest. It hissed. "You are not my truth," she whispered. "You're just the echo of my fear." The light surged from her mark, this time not just white but violet and gold, a swirling torrent of reclaimed self. It poured into the false Asheriel, cracking him down the center. With a final shriek, the creature shattered. Silence fell. The sky above reformed, softening into a deep indigo. The bone garden shimmered beneath the stars. Mira turned to Asheriel. "How much of it was true?" He met her gaze. "Some. Not all. I did fail you once, but I've never stopped fighting for you since." She nodded. "Then we move forward, together." Asheriel took her hand. "There's only one place left." The circle, she said. He nodded. They wait in the citadel of dust, at the edge of the world. Mira inhaled, steadying her soul. Then let them wait, I'll bring the storm. And as they left the garden of the dead behind, the stars blinked in time with her pulse. For the girl who once begged to forget now walked like a reckoning, wrapped in light, love, and fury. They walked until the world thinned. The trees gave way to cracked earth and the sky grew pale, not with light, but with memory drained dry. Color faded, sound dulled. Even breath came with effort, as though the air itself resisted the living. Ashariel wrapped his cloak around Mira's shoulders without a word. It smelled of night and silver and something she could never quite name, something that had once made her feel safe. Now nothing felt safe. Ahead, the citadel rose like a ruin of thought, a fortress built from collapsed time and forgotten faiths. It had no walls in the traditional sense. Instead, enormous slabs of stone floated mid-air, suspended by sigils that pulsed faintly in rhythm with Mira's heart. Each block carried carvings that mirrored her dreams, spirals of pain, loops of vow, spirals of eyes watching from within stone. The citadel of dust, Ashariel said, voice hollow. It exists beyond place, built where memory decays, where truth is worn smooth by time. Mira couldn't stop staring. It's beautiful, she whispered. It was never meant to be, he answered. This is the end of forgetting, the circle's sanctuary, their prison for the divine. They crossed the threshold, no doors, no gates, just shadow that swallowed their shapes and returned them changed. Inside, the walls breathed, not metaphorically, literally. They shifted with a pulse too slow to track, exhaling cold winds that carried whispers in languages Mira now understood. Every step echoed with the weight of 1,000 souls sacrificed to silence. She reached for Ashariel's hand. He didn't flinch, but his grip was tighter than before. They passed statues of gods with broken mouths, pools of memory where faces stared up from still water, murmuring regrets that dissolved if looked at too long. Above, chains dangled from nowhere, each link etched with a name Mira almost recognized. How far in? She asked. He gestured to a spiral stair descending through a floor of glass. All the way down. They walked, deeper. Past rooms where shadows argued with themselves, past a chamber where a woman in silver wept into her own reflection, over and over, never aging, past a hall of doors that opened into mirrors that didn't reflect. And then, they reached them. The circle. There were 9. Clad in robes of dusk and ash, their faces hidden beneath masks carved from the remains of forgotten gods. Each mask bore a symbol. Flame, serpent, bone, thorn, eye, gate, chain, blade, and silence. They stood in a ring around a pulsing well of dark light. Not fire, not shadow, something between. You are early, spoke the mask of flame. You are broken, added the mask of silence. Mira stepped forward, her mark burned under her skin. Her soul felt both too large and too fragile. You tried to erase me, she said. You carved out my name, buried my love, stole my vow. They didn't deny it. You offered it, the mask of chain replied. You begged for forgetting. You kneeled before us. Because you lied, she snapped. You said it was the only way to save him. Ashariel stood at her side, silent but burning with wrath. You would have made him into a weapon, Mira said, and me into a lock. You were the lock, said the mask of gate. But we broke, she whispered, and now we remember. The circle didn't move, but the citadel trembled. You've awakened what should have stayed buried, said the mask of eye. The gate stirs. You mean the truth, Mira said. You're afraid of what happens when I choose it. The well between them pulsed. The circle stepped back. Ashariel drew his blade. But Mira raised her hand. No, she said, this is mine. She stepped into the center of the circle. The mark on her palm burst into light, white, gold, and violet, blinding in its purity. The well screamed, the air tore, the walls cracked. Mira spoke not with voice but with soul. I revoke your claim. I reject your chains, I remember and I choose. The masks began to crack. The circle screamed, not in pain but in fear. Mira lifted her hands. The memories she had reclaimed, every fragment, every echo, every vow, unfurled like wings made of light. They swept through the citadel, burning the false histories, unraveling the chains, undoing the forgetting. And the circle fell. Their masks shattered. Their bodies crumbled into ash and song. Silence claimed the citadel. Real silence, not suppression, peace. Ashariel stepped forward. It's done. Mira turned to him, breathing hard. Her eyes glowed softly. No, she said, it's just beginning. The citadel cracked beneath their feet, time unraveled, and the gate began to open. And as light poured from the wounds of a broken world, Miravalle, no longer soul-bound but soul-whole, stepped into the storm she had once been made to fear, her name a blade and her love a vow sharpened by flame. The gate was not a door. It was a wound, a raw tear in the fabric of existence, stitched loosely with light and sound that refused to behave. Beyond it lay motion without form, color without color, voices singing in reversed tongues. Time blinked like an uncertain eye, and it was opening, wide and slow and eternal. Mira stood at the edge of it, the fractured floor of the citadel crumbling beneath her boots. Ashariel stood just behind her, sword sheathed, hands clenched. Not in fear but in awe. The gate of dusk, he said, voice barely a breath. Sealed by your blood, opened now by your will. She stared into it. It didn't pull her forward. It didn't seduce her. It waited. It feels like falling, she whispered, and rising, all at once. It is, Ashariel murmured, a place between endings, between selves. The air around them cracked. The last remnants of the circle had dissolved into the dust, their chains broken, their rituals undone. But their destruction was not without cost. The veil between realms had thinned too far. The gate could no longer be ignored. I was the lock, Mira said, voice soft, but I'm not anymore. Ashariel moved beside her. You were never a lock. You were the key. You were choice. You always were. She turned to him slowly. There's more beyond it, isn't there? More than what they feared. More than what I was. He nodded. What lies beyond is not destruction. It is truth. But truth can change you. She held his gaze. Will you come with me? Ashariel hesitated, for the first time since she'd met him beneath the blackthorn tree. He looked into the gate, and his expression changed. Not fear, not reluctance, grief. If I cross with you, I will be unmade. I was forged in the realm you seek to leave behind. My soul is tethered to laws that won't exist beyond that threshold. Her chest tightened. But our vow, your vow is eternal, he said, touching her cheek with reverence. But I am not in that place. The silence pressed between them like a second heartbeat. I just got you back, she said. And you made me whole, he said. But love isn't always meant to last in form. Sometimes it endures in the echo. Sometimes it guides. She shook her head, but tears were already forming. I don't want to lose you again. You're not, Ashariel said, stepping closer. You're setting me free. The light from the gate spilled across his face, catching in his eyes like stars. I will wait, he said, on the other side of dusk, in dreams, in fire, in whatever comes next. He leaned in and kissed her. Not hungrily, not desperately, but deeply, as if pressing his soul into her mouth so that even if the gate swallowed him, she would carry the echo. When he pulled back, she tasted memory on her lips. Ashariel placed a silver ring in her hand, simple, etched with the first sigil they'd shared. Wear it when you forget, he whispered. It will always lead you back. Then he stepped away, one final look, one eternal silence, and Mira turned to the gate alone. Her mark flared once, searing her skin in the shape of a crescent wrapped in flame. The gate pulsed in answer. She stepped forward, and everything broke. The world unraveled, her name stretched across time. She felt herself expanding, dissolving, remembering, the girl who had forgotten, the woman who had chosen, the soul who had loved. She did not scream, she bloomed, through memory, through magic, through grief. And as the gate swallowed her, Miravalle was no more. She was light, she was fire, she was the vow that could no longer be broken. And somewhere, beyond stars and silence, a voice whispered her name not in sorrow but in awe. Because what was once bound by fate was now carried by flame, and the girl who chose truth became a god of her own making. There was no ground beneath her feet, no sky above, only becoming. Mira didn't fall. She transformed, layer by layer, memory by memory, as the gate reshaped her soul. Her mortal name dissolved into ash, her former body reduced to light, but the pieces didn't vanish, they rearranged. She was not dead, she was rewritten. The gate did not destroy, it revealed. It peeled away the veil between who she had been, who she might have been, and who she was always meant to become. And when she emerged, she was not alone. All around her, starlight, not the kind found in mortal skies, but pure consciousness. The essence of all who had ever dared to choose truth over comfort, love over fear, memory over silence. souls wrapped in fire, beings who had stepped through the gate before her, carrying their broken pieces into eternity. But none like her. They watched her, waited. Miravalle had not come here to ascend, she had come to remember, and she did. Her fingers, if they were still fingers, stretched outward. Her skin glowed like polished moonstone, threaded with veins of violet and gold. Her heart no longer beat, it pulsed with will. She could feel every vow she'd ever made, every life she'd touched. Ashariel's kiss still burned on her lips. The ring remained in her hand, unchanged, even as the rest of her remade itself. A single anchor to who she had been. A single truth untouched by the gate's fire. She pressed it to her palm, and from her mark a new sigil bloomed. Not the crescent wrapped in flame, but a spiral of light wrapped around a shattered crown, the sigil of the god marked. And with it, understanding dawned. She had not been chosen by fate, she had defied it. That defiance made her divine. The others stirred, some wept, some knelt, none spoke, but she heard them, in her mind, in her bones. Welcome. You found the end of forgetting, and you chose to become. But Mira did not bow, she did not drift among them, she looked beyond. And found the boundary, a shimmer in the distance. Not another gate, but a mirror. Not like the one in the archive. This one was alive. She approached it. Within she saw herself, not glowing, not remade. Just Miravalle, in the woods, cold, human, mortal, lonely. It was the moment before it all began. The day before Ashariel knocked, the life that almost remained forgotten. She reached out, and the mirror rippled. A choice. Stay, ascend. Forget pain, float, or return. Return to grief, to memory, to the fragments of a ruined world, but also to choice, to fire, to love. The starlit soul stirred behind her. You would give this up? One asked. I would live again, she said, not because I must, but because I can. And if he is gone? They asked. If he waits in no place you can reach? I'll carry him, she said. Through me, he is not forgotten. And with that, she stepped into herself. The mirror shattered, the starlight wept, and somewhere far below in the ruins of the citadel, a single breath stirred the ash. Miravalle awoke beneath a fractured sky, clothed in mortal skin, her body aching, her palms scarred, but her soul whole. The ring was still in her hand, the sigil still pulsed beneath her skin. Ashariel's voice did not greet her, but the wind did, carrying a whisper, just once. Remember me, she stood. The world was broken, but she had become the fire that could forge it again. And as she walked alone from the edge of the world, Miravalle bore not the weight of loss, but the power of becoming. Her love a star still burning, her name now a god's quiet promise to never be silenced again. The days that followed were not days in the way Mira once understood them. Time for her no longer followed lines. It spiraled. She wandered through what remained of the world, the husks of old cities, the bones of kingdoms, the shadows of gods who had long since faded. She met no one. But everywhere she went, things awoke. Fountains long dried whispered her name as she passed. Stones cracked open and bled memory. Trees straightened in her presence, as if remembering how to breathe. And still, Mira walked, not as a queen, not yet, but as something becoming. The mark on her palm no longer glowed constantly, it pulsed once every few hours like a heartbeat buried in stone. The ring Ashariel gave her hung from a chain around her neck. It was heavy, a reminder, a promise. She did not weep, but she mourned, and in that mourning she created. Each place she passed she left something behind, a sigil carved into broken walls, a whispered word into winds that had forgotten how to listen. These were seeds, not spells. Small offerings to the future she refused to give up on. On the seventh spiral of twilight she reached the crown, not a castle, not a throne, but a hill of crystal and ruin, rising like a tooth from the earth's mouth, surrounded by mirrors that faced inward. At its center stood a single throne, untouched by rot, carved from bone and ash and fire. The Echo Crown, a place where only the God-marked may sit, where reality listens, where fate negotiates. Mira climbed it alone, the winds screamed. The mirrors flashed her lives, every choice, every breath, every version of herself that had once fractured across possibility. The Mira who ran, the Mira who forgot, the Mira who never found Ashariel. The Mira who became cruel with power, the Mira who burned it all to dust. She saw them all. She forgave them all. She reached the top and stood before the throne. It was not empty. A single figure sat there, head bowed, hair dark, eyes closed, Ashariel. but not as she remembered. He shimmered, half here, half not. A spirit forged from vow and love and the flame she carried through the gate. His hands rested on the arms of the throne, unmoving. The crown of silence rested at his feet. Mira's heart clenched. "Is it you?" she asked, barely more than breath. His head lifted, eyes opened, and there he was. Not whole, not living, but present. "As much as I can be," he said, his voice an echo wrapped in her memory. "You brought me here." She stepped closer, trembling. "I thought I'd lost you." "You did," he said gently, "but not all loss is absence." Tears slipped down her cheeks. "I don't want you to fade." "Then wear the crown," he whispered, "and I won't." Mira looked at the throne, at the circle of mirrors watching from below, at the endless sky above. She understood. To sit upon the echo crown was to choose to carry it all, the grief, the glory, the weight of becoming. But in return, she could write the world anew. Ashariel reached for her hand. She gave it, his fingers closed over hers one final time, warm, real. "Say the vow again," he murmured. She leaned in, forehead pressed to his, and spoke. "I am yours, by vow freely given. My name, my soul, my breath." Ashariel smiled, and faded into light. But the warmth in her hand remained. She turned, sat, and the mirrors shattered, not with violence, with release. Every version of her, every broken self bled into her skin. She became one, she became whole. And as she wore the echo crown for the first time, the world exhaled, not in fear, but in reverence, for the god-marked girl had returned not as memory, but as myth, and the stars bent low to witness her reign. It began with a thread. Mira felt it under her fingertips, a single line of light stretching out from the echo crown into the broken sky. It shimmered, faint at first, like a breath caught in twilight, but then it pulled taut. Another thread joined it, then another. Dozens, hundreds, each one pulsed with memory, not hers, the world's. This was the weave, the unseen tapestry beneath all things, the net of vow and time, of love and betrayal, of endings and beginnings. The circle had tried to manipulate it. The gate had exposed it, but only Mira, crowned and awakened, could touch it without unraveling. From her throne she saw it clearly. Kingdoms fallen, still echoing with the songs of their last kings. Forgotten forests where beasts slept in cages of bone. Children born under starlight who never knew their names. Threads of injustice, fraying at the edges. Threads of beauty, buried beneath dust. Threads of hope, tangled and thin. And through it all, a single golden strand. Ashariel. She followed it, down past the gate, into the root of time itself, where souls once tethered by blood and fire drifted in the silence between pulses. He was there, not whole, not gone, a memory anchored to her own heartbeat. "You still exist," she whispered. His thread trembled. "I remember you," she said again, louder. The thread pulsed brighter. "I remember us." A warmth spilled from her chest, violent, radiant, reverent. It didn't pull him back, it wove him in. Not as a man, not as a god, but as a truth. Mira closed her eyes and began to braid, not with hands, but with will. She wound threads of forgotten joy into the seams of barren lands. She stitched courage into the hearts of those still bound by silence. She repaired broken oaths and unraveled old lies. Where the weave had thinned, she poured herself in, not as a savior, but as remembrance. Ashariel's thread danced beside hers, no longer alone. He did not return in body, but he was in every vow reforged, in every thread of fire and dusk, in the new stories that would bloom from soil no longer salted by fear. Hours passed, or lifetimes. Mira sat, radiant in her crown, not ruling but repairing. And when she stood, the world had changed, not all at once, not obviously, but somewhere, a boy who had never dreamed would find his voice. A mother would wake with the name of her stillborn child on her lips and remember it without pain. A priest would burn his stolen scripture and walk into the woods, no longer afraid of questions. A kingdom long drowned would rise in the hearts of 3 scattered daughters. The weave whispered again, and Mira, goddess of memory, listened. She left the echo crown that day, not abandoned, but fulfilled. Its shape dissolved behind her, no longer needed. She walked alone, but not empty. And when she passed through a dying valley, a young girl hiding in a burnt-out tree looked up and saw her. "Who are you?" the child whispered. Mira knelt, smiled. "I am the fire they tried to bury, the truth they feared you'd remember, the love that chose to return." The girl blinked. "Are you a queen?" "No," Mira said softly. "I am the thread you hold between your fingers, and you are about to sow something new." She touched the girl's forehead, a spark passed, and then she was gone. And far beyond the veil, where no gods dared linger, the wind carried a vow rewritten. Not to rule, not to conquer, but to remember, and through remembrance, to make the world whole again. The world did not change with thunder. It shifted quietly, like a song hummed beneath breath, half forgotten, half remembered. Mira's footsteps no longer left imprints in the dust. Instead, they left echoes, soft vibrations of warmth and light that lingered long after she passed. Not even the birds feared her now. They sang when she neared, as if greeting an old truth returned to flesh. She wandered through a once-forgotten glade, where the trees arched inward like reverent monks. The air smelled of moss and old parchment. Here, time had curled in on itself, days stacked atop days, looping endlessly. This was a place once locked away by the circle, a sanctuary of memory too fragile for their control. Now Mira entered it freely. The glade recognized her. The wind circled her ankles like a dog returned to its first master. The grass brightened. The air sighed. She knelt at the glade's center, where a single stone lay cracked in two, an offering place, old, sacred, untouched. From the pouch at her side, she pulled the fragment of a bone flute, the one she had found after leaving the Echo Crown. It wasn't hers, not exactly. It had belonged to another girl once, in another age. A girl who had chosen silence rather than scream. A girl whose story had never been told. Mira had no voice for her, but she had a thread. She wound it, golden, shimmering, and tied it gently around the flute. She placed it in the broken stone, closed her eyes, and listened. The glade sang back, not with music, but with wholeness. All around her, pieces of forgotten stories drifted into place. A mother remembering the lullaby her child used to hum. A warrior recalling the face of the brother he lost in fire. A boy who had never seen the stars naming one after his father's smile. Mira wept, not for pain, for healing. The weave thrummed beneath her skin now. It no longer required effort. It was her, woven into every step, every blink, every breath. She was no longer a vessel of memory. She was the keeper of songs that no longer ended in silence. Somewhere in the glade, a thread brushed against her thoughts, a Shariel. She turned inward, closed her eyes, reached, and there he was, not as a ghost, not as a shadow, as presence. A warmth beneath her ribs, a steady hum in her chest, a light behind her eyelids when the world went dark. "You're still here," she whispered. "Always." She smiled through her tears. "I thought I had to let go of you to carry this. You did, and you didn't." Silence passed, and then "You are my becoming." She held that like a relic, and sang, not aloud, but within, a melody of broken vows made new, of stolen names reclaimed, of a love that chose remembrance over resurrection. When she stood, the flute was gone, but in its place the grass had grown taller, the stone no longer cracked, and the wind had learned a new note. Mira turned her face to the sky. Somewhere beyond all this, others would hear the song, and they would follow it home. And as she walked on, thread by thread, vow by vow, the world healed beneath her touch, not because she was divine, but because she had dared to remember what even gods had forgotten, that nothing truly broken is ever beyond song. The sky had begun to whisper again, not in words, in pulls, tugs at the edges of Mira's consciousness, like a memory reaching from the dark, asking to be heard one final time. She knew this call. It came from a place older than vow, older than weave, the place where the gods once buried their regrets. She followed it without hesitation, through valleys that shimmered with the light of unborn stars, through rivers that ran backward in time, through ruins where prayers still hung in the air, unfinished. At the journey's end, she found the hollow crown. It was not a throne, it was an absence. A wide stone basin carved into the earth, ringed with dying torches that neither burned nor faded. At its center stood a single crown, made not of gold but of shadow, hollowed, empty. A coronet of loops and voids, as if it had been made not to adorn but to contain. And Mira knew exactly what it was. "The first crown," she whispered, "the one they made for the god who chose silence." Ashariel's voice stirred faintly from within her, the crown that bound all memory. She stepped into the circle. It felt like stepping into grief, but not her own. The hollow crown trembled. 1,000 voices rose in chorus, not screams, not pleas, regret. The first gods had crafted this thing as a prison, not for power, but for remembrance itself. to hide from what they had done, to bury their sins in silence, to crown their shame and forget. And now the world had brought Mira here, asking her to decide, break it or wear it. She understood the risk. If she wore it, she would carry all that had ever been lost, every forgotten name, every burned truth, every erased soul. It would hollow her, fill her, unmake her as Mira, but remake her as something else. If she broke it, the echoes might scatter. Freedom, yes, but chaos. History turned to noise. Vows unraveled. She could end it here, or she could become what the first gods feared, a vessel of all truth. Ashariel whispered, gentle in her soul, whatever you choose it for yourself. She reached out, touched the hollow crown. It was cold, it was ancient, and it fit. The moment it rested on her brow, the world collapsed. Not into darkness, into remembrance. She fell through time, through every broken oath, every stolen childhood, every lover buried without name, every war that was rewritten, every whispered lie pressed into history by those who feared what truth could become. She saw it all, and did not look away. Her spine burned, her bones sang, her heart cracked open, but she held. And when the visions faded, she stood not as Miravele, not even as the god marked, but as the crowned hollow, the bearer of all that had been lost. She walked from the basin, slow, radiant, terrible. And where her feet touched, entire ages bloomed again, the lost libraries of flame, the twin cities drowned and packed, the names of children who had no graves. She carried them now, and the weave bent in reverence. Ashariel stirred softly within her still. You are not hollow, you are whole. She smiled, and looked to the sky. For the first time it bowed. And as the hollow crown burned against the stars, the world knew the weight of what it had hidden, and loved her not for her power, but for her mercy, given freely from the hands of one who chose to carry us all. The sky no longer spoke in riddles. It whispered truths now, raw, unvarnished, clear as cut glass. Where once clouds hid the sun, now they parted for her. Where shadows crept through the valleys, now they paused, bowed and wept at her feet. Mira walked through the waking world not as a queen, not even as a god. She was something rarer, something older. She was the remembrance of mercy. Since claiming the hollow crown, her mind held every name that had ever been erased. She remembered the shape of their grief, the sound of their first laughter, the smell of their final breath. The world pulsed beneath her feet with unbearable truth. And yet she did not bend beneath it. She breathed it in. Each breath exhaled a kind of healing. In the shattered city of Fenro, where the skies had not cleared in 2 centuries, the clouds broke apart at her approach. The stone grew warm again. Children who had never dreamed began to speak in languages they had never been taught. In the cavern temples of the north, long sealed by fear and frost, the dead stirred, not in haunting but in peace. Bones were knit, not to rise but to rest. A final sleep, soothed by her presence. And in the mirror lake of Karoth, where reflections once screamed, the water stilled. The lake showed only truth now, including her own. She looked into it one dusk and saw not Mira, but every version of herself that had ever lived and died in silence. The girl who once hid behind shop shelves, the vessel who bled on the altar, the memory who walked through flame. They were all her, they were all here, and standing behind them, always, always, Ashariel. No longer reaching, just watching, content. You were never meant to stay, she whispered into the rippling glass. But you stayed long enough to teach me how to carry it. She did not cry. Not anymore. Not because she was numb. Because there was no grief without memory. And memory had become a gift. She rose from the water's edge and turned toward the path that had always waited for her. The final one. The endless stair. Carved from the first stone, it rose skyward into a spiral that had no top. It was said only those who remembered the names of every star could climb it. Only those who had forgiven themselves. And so she began to ascend. Each step was a year, each breath a lifetime. She remembered it all, the moment she first felt forgotten, the weight of being chosen, the terror of losing him, the power of choosing herself. And she forgave. With each step, the hollow crown grew lighter, not because it carried less, but because she was finally sharing it. The world remembered with her now. At the stair's summit, if it could be called a summit, she found no gate, no throne, no prophecy waiting, only wind and light, and a single voice, Ashariel, not beside her, within her. This was always where it led, not to power, not to peace, but to purpose. She nodded, eyes closed. Her crown shone like dusk and dawn braided together. I know, she said, I am ready. And for the first time since the circle severed her soul, she let go, not of memory, not of love, but of separation. She opened her arms and the world poured in. Miravalle ceased to be a name, she became a force. A hymn sung in every broken heart that dared to hope again. A whisper in every forgotten prayer spoken into the dark. A warmth in the hands of every soul who chose truth, even when it cost them everything. And as the endless stair disappeared behind her, the world exhaled, not in fear of what she was, but in awe of what she had chosen to become. Not a goddess, not a savior, but a vessel of mercy, memory, and the love that remains when all else is burned away. The world did not stop when Mira vanished from it. It breathed. In the highlands where silence once stifled song, voices returned. Farmers, weavers, children, each began to speak the names of those lost, and the wind carried those names like offerings. Forests bloomed in spirals where her footsteps had once lingered. The rivers shifted course as if remembering where they had once meant to flow. But something deeper changed. Something within the weave itself. It no longer drifted like mist above the world, it ran through it. With her departure, Mira had threaded the last knot, binding the past to the present, sorrow to healing, memory to mercy. And now it began to hum, not as a force of control, but as a living song. The hollow crown no longer existed as an object. It had dissolved, folded into the sky, melted into every heartbeat that carried love without condition. Where it had once been heavy, it now lingered in whispers and morning light. Yet one place still felt her most. The Watcher's Hollow. Asheriel's forest. The trees no longer slept, their roots pulsed with life. The moonlight spilled in strange shapes across the forest floor, bending around spaces where she had once stood, once wept, once chosen him. And deep within, in the glade where they had first touched hands without words, the threads converged. No one saw the figure that walked there now. Not with eyes. But if they stood still long enough, if they breathed deep and trusted their grief, they might feel her. A presence that didn't press, but wrapped gently around their sorrow like cloth over a wound. She did not speak. She listened. For that was what she had become. The song that never asked to be sung aloud, the memory that needed no altar. The love that did not demand its name be returned. In 1,000 corners of the world, those who had been forgotten began to remember themselves. And those who had buried their guilt began to forgive. The last of the circle, still hiding in ruins of magic and fear, felt the shift and trembled, not because they feared punishment, but because they finally understood. Their power had never been taken, it had simply become irrelevant. Because Mira had taught the world something truer than sovereignty or control, that remembrance was stronger than dominion, that mercy was fiercer than wrath. That love, when chosen freely, could undo even the oldest chains. And now, in every place where silence once ruled, there was song. And in the hush between each note, she waited, not to return, but to be found, again and again, in the spaces between pain and healing. In the quiet place where every thread remembers how it began. They would tell stories of her, not because she demanded it, she never did, but because some truths refused to be forgotten. Children born beneath the silvered moons would hear her name woven into lullabies. Miravalle, the girl of no past, the vessel of all memory, the mercy that remade the world. The circle, once feared as keepers of the divine, faded into myth, whispers of those who tried to bottle time and lost themselves inside it. And yet, across the living lands, something endured. Not power, not prophecy, but a single unbreakable thread. Choice. The weave no longer bound, it danced. Like wild silk unraveling in the wind, it wrapped gently around each soul, not to control, but to offer. Every person born thereafter would feel it, a subtle presence, a warm pull, not fate, not command, but invitation. And when the day came that a mortal stood at the edge of silence, wondering if they mattered, wondering if their sorrow meant something, they would hear her. Not in voice, but in memory. In the quiet feeling of being seen, in the sudden peace of being known. And sometimes, if the dusk hung just right and the wind turned silver, they would look toward the forested hills and catch the flicker of a figure moving between trees, crownless, barefoot, with eyes like the first dawn, and they would understand. Mira was never gone. She had simply become everywhere love refused to die. Asheriel lived on in her, not as a ghost, not as a god, but as the whisper that says yes to pain, to beauty, to the bond that does not need to be remembered to be real. In the end, there was no throne, no temple, no monument, only a garden where names grew like flowers. A place for those the world forgot, each bloom glowing with light, each root buried in truth. And at its center, untouched by wind, sat a single stone etched with words not in any language but in feeling. She remembered us. So we remembered her. And as the garden bloomed into stars, the world exhaled once more, knowing that no shadow could swallow a love bound not by fate, but by the courage to remember. Now, close your eyes and drift into the next story, where darkness is a lover, and every breath carries a secret. The forest swallowed her scream. Trees too old for names stood silent, their bark slick with fog, their roots coiled like secrets in the earth. No one would find her here. Not in this place. Not in the hollow where light did not linger. Alara had stopped struggling hours ago. Now she sat curled on the cold stone floor of a room too clean to be a dungeon, too bare to be a home. The air smelled faintly of pine and old parchment, of damp stone and something else, something animal. A scent she couldn't place but felt against her skin, thick and primal. She didn't know how long she'd been unconscious, only that when she'd woken, the door had been locked, the shutters nailed shut, and her throat sore from screaming. The silence was not empty. It pressed, as if the very walls listened. She pulled the wool blanket tighter around her shoulders, not for warmth, but for armor. The only objects in the room were a narrow bed, a basin of fresh water, and a single chair in the corner facing the door. That chair unsettled her most. It was waiting, and then it came. The sound that wasn't a sound, footsteps, too heavy, measured, echoing faintly beyond the door. They stopped just as the handle turned, slow, deliberate. Alara stood, or tried to. Her legs trembled, but instinct pushed her upward, fists clenched at her sides. The door creaked open, and he filled the frame, tall, broad-shouldered, wrapped in a long dark coat lined with fur that might once have been a wolf's. His face was shadowed by the hood, but his presence filled the room like a storm, silent and sharp, the air tight with tension. He didn't move forward, didn't speak. And for one long moment they stood in stillness, captor and captive, the boundary between them drawn by the threshold. Then he stepped in, shut the door behind him, and walked to the chair, sat, still silence. Alara's breath caught. She was shaking and hated that she was. Finally he spoke. His voice was low, unhurried, like each word had to climb through gravel before reaching her. I will not hurt you. A lie? A promise? Or something in between? She didn't reply, couldn't. He continued as if reading from a script only he could see. Each night I will tell you one truth about me. You deserve to know before you decide what to fear. That voice, its roughness was strangely human, but edged with something feral, something broken. Tonight, he said, you only need to know this. I have taken lives, more than I can count. Some I regret, others I do not, but I remember each face. Alara blinked. That was it? He stood, turned, paused in the doorway. I leave the door locked for your safety, not mine. And then he was gone. The silence returned, but this time it wasn't empty. It throbbed. Not with fear, with something she couldn't name. Not yet. And as the lock clicked shut, Alara stared at the chair he'd left behind, still warm, still watching, and wondered, what kind of monster tells stories to the woman he's stolen? The second night fell like a curtain. Alara sat on the edge of the bed, back straight, hands balled in her lap. She hadn't eaten. She hadn't slept. The tray of untouched food in the corner was proof enough of her stubbornness, though even she wasn't sure if it came from defiance or dread. The chair waited again, unmoved. At dusk, the air shifted, the quiet warning of his approach. Like last night, the door opened slowly, quietly, with care that unsettled her more than violence would have. This man, this thing, could break the door with a flick of his wrist. Instead, he opened it like he feared the sound might disturb her. He entered, coat still damp from the mist, and sat without a word. The same chair, the same distance. But tonight, Alara looked at him differently. He hadn't hurt her, not yet. He cleared his throat like someone unused to speaking aloud. You should know my name, he said, voice softer than before, though it still scraped the air. Names matter. Alara stared at him, the hood still hiding his face, though she thought she caught the brief glint of a jawline, sharp and pale beneath the firelight. Caius. The word was simple, but it echoed. It was not monstrous, not unearthly, just a name, too human for the man who'd stolen her from her life. They used to call me other things, he murmured, voice thick, beast, monster, shade of the pines. His hands, large and gloved, rested on his knees, not clenched, not threatening. But I was born Caius. I want you to know that, even if you never speak it aloud. She should have said nothing, should have turned her face away, let silence speak for her. But her voice surprised her. Why me? A breath caught in his chest. She heard it. Because you looked up, he answered simply. That made no sense, but she didn't ask again. He stood. No further explanation. The ritual was over. Tomorrow, I'll tell you what I was before the curse, he added. Then, quieter, before the blood. The door shut, the lock clicked. Alara exhaled. Her name was still hers. But now his name pulsed in the quiet like a second heartbeat. And as the night pressed in around her, Alara whispered it to herself, not out of sympathy, not yet, but because the dark felt different when it belonged to someone with a name. The third night, she waited for him. Not with anticipation, not exactly, but her fear had softened at the edges, no longer sharp enough to cut through her thoughts. She'd spent the day tracing the lines between the wooden beams above her, memorizing every knot, every crack. The room was a cage, but it wasn't cruel. And he, Caius, had not lied to her. Not yet. When the door creaked open again, she didn't flinch. He entered like before, shadowed and tall, his coat smelling faintly of snowmelt and pine. But tonight she noticed something different, a limp in his left leg. Barely a hesitation. Just enough to prove he bled once, long ago. He sat in the same chair, elbows on his knees. The fire crackled between them, casting orange across the floor like a warning neither of them obeyed. I told you I'd explain who I was, he said after a pause, before the blood. She didn't speak, just watched. He didn't remove the hood. But he leaned forward slightly, and for the first time, his voice lost its rough edge. It softened into memory. I was a soldier. Not for glory, not for king, just for gold. That's what my village had, soldiers or beggars. And we begged for little. The way he spoke, measured, practiced, felt like a confession carved from old wounds. The forest was different then, not cursed, not haunted, just wild. And we weren't afraid of it. Not until the massacre. Alara tensed. He looked down at his hands, gloved in black leather. We were told to burn a village. Punishment, they said, for harboring traitors. But it was women, children, no weapons, just fear. I didn't disobey, I didn't hesitate. I lit the torch, I watched them burn. A crack from the fire startled her. Or maybe it was her heart. He looked up, and though she couldn't see his eyes, she felt them. I wasn't cursed for what I did. I was cursed because I didn't regret it. Not then. Silence wrapped around them like smoke. Alara's throat felt tight. And now, she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Caius stood, paused. Then, now, I see their faces when I close my eyes every night. He turned for the door. The ritual was ending. You should hate me, he said, hand on the handle. Most days I do. And then he was gone. The lock clicked, the shadows settled. But Alara didn't cry. She stared at the fire until it dimmed, until the room cooled, until sleep came like fog through her ribs. And in her dreams, she walked through fire. But someone waited for her at the center, scarred, still burning, but no longer alone. Morning came and went unnoticed. Alara hadn't slept well, if at all. Her dreams had twisted, half memory, half something else. A forest bathed in red light. Screams caught in wind. A face in the trees that might have been his or hers. She tried to eat this time. The bread was still warm when it arrived through the small slot in the door, the tea steeped with chamomile. Kindness, it seemed, was part of the trap. But kindness could also be cruel. She waited. At sunset, he came again. Same quiet tread, same shadowed silhouette. But something in him was heavier. Tonight he didn't sit right away. He stood just inside the doorway, back to the fire. The glow made the edges of his coat shimmer, highlighting the fur that lined the collar, too coarse to be decorative, too real. You asked no questions last night, he said. She watched him, unmoving. You answered more than I could have asked. A pause. Then he crossed the room and sat, slower than usual, the limp more pronounced. Tonight's truth, he began, is what I am now. Alara leaned forward, the smallest shift. She couldn't stop herself. He reached up and pulled back the hood, and her breath caught. His face was wrong. Not monstrous, not inhuman, but not untouched. Jagged scars sliced through his cheek, pale against tan skin. One eye, golden and too bright, gleamed like molten metal. The other remained dark, shadowed by the burn of something ancient. His jaw was strong, beard-lined but twitching like his mouth didn't trust itself to speak. This is only half of it, he said. The rest comes when the moon does. A silence stretched between them, deep and trembling. I shift, he continued. Every night. Not just full moons. Every single night. It's not clean. It never gets easier. My bones break, my skin splits. I become something else. Not mindless, but not myself. Alara felt cold. Not fear, something deeper. Something like grief. Do you remember the screams last night? He asked. She nodded. That was me. I scream through every transformation, no matter how long I've lived with it. The pain never dulls. His voice cracked. Just once. And she believed him. He stood again, slowly, like movement itself betrayed him. I locked myself in the West Wing, far from you, far from anything I could rip apart. Alara finally spoke, voice low, careful. And yet you come to me after. He didn't smile. But something soft tugged at the corner of his mouth. Because if I don't, I forget the man I used to be. He reached for the door, paused. Sleep easy, Alara. The monster you fear has already suffered more than he deserved. And then he was gone. But his scent lingered, smoke, pine, and the sharp tang of magic. She sat alone again, but it felt different now. Because for the first time, the walls didn't feel like a prison. They felt like ribs around a heart that still beat, wounded but defiant, in the shape of a curse. The fourth night changed something. Alara had counted every stone in the walls, traced every groove in the floorboards, but none of them mattered when the door creaked open again. And he entered. Caius. No hood tonight. His scarred face was exposed, pale in the flicker of firelight, jaw tense as though speaking again might break something inside him. He didn't sit right away. Instead, he walked to the small window, the one she'd never reached, the one with iron bars. When I was a child, he said, voice low, I heard a story about a girl who cried for wolves. Alara turned slightly on the bed. It wasn't a cautionary tale, he added. It was a prayer. She furrowed her brow, intrigued despite herself. She was kept in a stone tower, he continued. Like you. And she screamed every night, begging the wolves in the forest to come take her. Not to kill her, not to rescue her, just to take her. Because anything was better than the silence. He turned to face her, and for a brief second there was no monster in him at all, just a man who had stood at too many edges, hoping the wind would push him. I used to be that girl, he admitted. Alara blinked. I wanted the wolves to come, and now, his smile was bitter. Now I am the wolf. She swallowed. The air between them thickened with something unspeakable. Did they come for her? She asked, her voice barely above breath. He tilted his head. In the story? Yes, but not to devour her. They came to listen. He stepped closer. Not too close, just enough for her to feel the pull of something ancient and aching inside him. Tonight's truth, he said, lowering his voice, is that I don't just suffer the curse, I keep it. Alara frowned. You mean you don't want it broken? Caius looked toward the fire. Part of me doesn't, because the curse punishes me, and I deserve punishment. If it breaks, I'll have to live with what I did. And that might be worse. She stood without realizing it. For the first time they stood at eye level, only a few steps apart. He noticed. She could tell by the slight flare of his nostrils, the twitch in his scarred jaw. So you punish yourself every night? She asked. By choice? Caius didn't answer, but that silence was an answer in itself. He stepped back, reached for the door, paused. I've told you too much, he murmured, and yet he lingered. Sleep well, Alara. If the wolves come, it's because I sent them. Then the door closed, and the room was colder without him. But in her chest, something warm curled like smoke. She didn't know if she pitied him or understood him, but she knew now that monsters were often made of men who once prayed to be taken. The fifth night brought wind. It howled against the stone like a beast denied, rattling the barred window with icy fingers. Alara wrapped the thin blanket tighter around her shoulders and waited, heart ticking like a second clock in the silence. When the door opened, he was already inside the room before she realized she hadn't heard his approach. Caius. No hood again. But tonight, something was different. His hands were bare. The leather gloves were gone. His fingers were rough, veined, scarred, human, and not. He sat slowly, wincing as he lowered himself into the chair. I shifted early, he said before she could ask. The moon was impatient. Alara hesitated. Are you in pain? His eyes flicked to hers, golden alert. Always, but that's not tonight's truth. She nodded, heart louder now. Caius drew something from his coat, a shard of broken mirror. He set it on the floor between them like an offering. It caught the firelight and split it into fractured lines across the room. I haven't looked at myself in years, he said. Alara didn't speak. Not truly. I use water when I need to shave. I've smashed every mirror in this house. Even this one, I keep because it cuts. She stared at the shard. It was smeared faintly with blood. Tonight's truth, he said slowly, is that I fear becoming something I can't return from. She raised her eyes. You mean the curse? He shook his head. No. I mean this. He tapped his chest. This hunger. The part of me that waits for the moon not with dread but with anticipation. His voice dropped. Some nights, I like it. The power, the way the world quiets when I hunt. The way everything makes sense when I'm not a man. Alara's throat tightened. And that terrifies me. Because it means I could choose it. I could surrender to it fully. Let go of guilt. Let go of humanity. She stared into the fire. It didn't crackle tonight. Just pulsed. But you haven't, she whispered. Caius didn't answer. You come back to yourself, she pressed. You come back to me. His hands twitched on his knees. She realized then they were shaking. You are the last thing that reminds me I'm not lost, he said, barely audible. The mirror between them shimmered, catching both their reflections in pieces. He reached out slowly. Not to touch her, but to place his fingertip to the glass. Look, he said. She leaned forward and saw it. His face, fragmented, but not monstrous, just tired. And beside it her own, soft, awake, unafraid. He looked at her, truly looked at her, and for the first time she didn't see the curse in his eyes, she saw him. Do you hate what you see? She asked. Caius shook his head once. No, because tonight I saw myself through you. He rose. The mirror stayed on the floor, glinting quietly. He lingered at the door longer than usual. Sleep, Alara, and if you dream of monsters, know that one of them would burn the world to keep you safe. The door closed, but she didn't lie down. She stared at the mirror for a long time, until her reflection no longer looked like a prisoner. Because in that broken glass, she no longer saw a girl waiting for rescue. She saw a woman unafraid to love something that howled. The sixth night arrived with a hush. No wind, no owls. Even the fire in the hearth crackled like it knew it should be quiet. Alara didn't sit on the bed tonight. She waited by the chair, heart coiled tight inside her ribs. When the door opened, Caius stood there, cloaked not in darkness but in something heavier. His coat was damp from dew, his hair tousled, his expression unreadable. But she noticed what he carried before he even stepped in. A collar. Thick. Iron. Etched with runes that pulsed like embers. He laid it gently on the table between them, and when he looked at her, his voice came quieter than ever before. Tonight's truth is the collar. She didn't touch it, just stared. I wear it when I shift, he continued. Not because it controls me, but because I believe it might remind me that I should be controlled. Alara looked up. It hurts you? He gave a faint nod. It sears my skin. The runes were carved in blood and regret. It tightens every time I lose control. She felt the sting in her own chest. I made it myself, he added. Forged it the night I killed someone I loved. The breath fled her lungs. She couldn't finish the word. He didn't make her. A brother. He tried to stop me the first time I shifted. I didn't know what I was. I tore through his ribs like bark. Caius sat then, finally, but he didn't look at her. He died with my name in his mouth, and I made the collar before I buried him. Alara reached for it, slowly. Let her fingers hover just above the runes. Does it help? She asked. No, he said, but it punishes. They sat in silence, the collar humming softly with old magic. And yet you still come to me every night. Without it. He turned his face to hers. Because if I wore it in here, I'd be admitting I'm afraid of you, and I'm not. She tilted her head. Afraid of hurting me? His eyes held hers. No, he said. Afraid of needing you. The room felt smaller then, like the walls had leaned in, listening. What if you let it go? She asked. The collar, the punishment. What if you forgave yourself? He gave a bitter smile. And if I stop being the monster, what's left of me? Alara finally touched the iron. Cold surged into her fingers, laced with something ancient and cruel. She gritted her teeth, kept her hand there anyway. Maybe, someone who can be loved. His breath hitched. The fire snapped, and something cracked between them that wasn't wood or stone, but silence itself. He rose too quickly, jaw tense, like her words had pressed into his bones. Sleep, he said, voice rough. Don't think too hard on broken chains. But she did. Long after the door closed, she lay beside that collar, listening to it hum. Because the chains we forge for ourselves are always louder than the ones others place on us, and loving a beast meant learning how to unmake the cage. The seventh night passed in silence. No footsteps down the corridor, no turning of the iron key, no scent of pine and storm announcing his arrival. Caius didn't come. Alara sat in the corner of the room long after the fire had dwindled to a bed of dull embers. She stared at the door, willing it to open. It didn't. The collar still rested on the table like a discarded crown, cold, silent. At first she told herself he might be late. Maybe the shift had gone wrong. Maybe he was, but the night stretched on, and the absence settled over her like frost. By morning she was pacing. By noon, she was clawing at the window bars. By evening, she was whispering his name into the silence. Furious at herself for caring, even more furious that he hadn't come back. When the door finally opened on the 8th night, he stumbled in. Blood on his sleeve, eyes ringed in exhaustion, hair matted from rain and leaves. Alara froze. What happened? Caius didn't answer at first. He closed the door gently behind him, like noise might shatter something fragile between them. Then he looked at her and she saw it. The limp in his step. The dried blood smeared along his jaw. The deep, gnawing sorrow in his eyes. I didn't want you to see me like this, he said, voice raw. You're hurt. I deserved it. What happened? He sat down slowly, as if his bones protested every motion. Tonight's truth, he said, is that I don't always win. She crossed the room before she could stop herself, knelt before him. Was it someone from the village, she asked. He shook his head. No, a hunter, a friend of someone I killed years ago. He tracked me through the woods, silver in his blade, rage in his heart. Alara's breath caught. And you didn't kill him? I couldn't. Because you're tired of being a monster? Because, he exhaled, slow and shaking, I didn't want to come back to you with more blood on my hands. Her hands found his without thought, warm, rough, trembling. You still came back, she whispered. He looked at her, and the gold in his eyes was soft now, liquid and flickering like candlelight. I almost didn't. I lay in the dirt for hours, bleeding, thinking maybe this was the end I earned. But then I heard your voice in my mind. She blinked. What did I say? You told me not to wear the collar anymore. Her throat closed. She didn't remember saying it, but she meant it now. Caius. And I realized, he said, voice shaking, I didn't want to die without telling you something. The fire caught behind him, flickering up the stone wall. I'm listening, she said. He didn't flinch. I think I'm falling in love with you. The words weren't grand or poetic. They were broken. Bleeding, like him, but they landed in her chest like a key turning in a lock. She stood, trembling, walked to the hearth, threw the collar in. It sizzled, shrieked, cracked open. He stared, stunned. You're not wearing chains anymore, she said. Neither am I. Then she knelt beside him again, brushed a strand of hair from his brow, and kissed the skin just beneath it. Because love doesn't arrive clean. It crawls in bruised, bloodied, and afraid, asking only to be let in. Caius didn't visit her cell the next night, because he never left it. Alara had insisted he rest there, on the floor, against the wall, beside the cold ashes where the collar once hissed and seethed. She had dragged blankets from her bed, built a makeshift nest of warmth between them, and sat silently as he slept beside her, breath shallow, muscles twitching from wounds that hadn't fully closed. He looked younger in sleep, less beast, more boy. She touched nothing, asked nothing, only listened to the way his chest rose and fell, until just before dawn his eyes fluttered open. They found hers instantly, Not feral, not afraid. Open. I dreamed of the forest, he murmured. Alara leaned in slightly, voice soft. Were you hunting? He shook his head. I was running, and you were chasing me. Her lips twitched. You're not very fast. You were barefoot, and still faster. She smiled, just barely. What does that dream mean? She asked. Caius closed his eyes again, as if the answer might hide behind them. It means I'm not the predator here. A long silence passed, between the low crackling of morning frost against the walls and the slow reawakening of birds beyond the barred window. Alara began to understand what he meant. He wasn't hunting her. He was terrified of being caught. What are you afraid I'll find if I catch you? She whispered, the part of me that wants to be caught. Alara's breath hitched, because she felt it too. The pulse beneath her skin that wasn't fear anymore. It was want. She shifted, her knee brushing his hand beneath the blanket. He didn't pull away. Tonight's truth? He asked, voice deeper now, rough with sleep and something older than desire. Yes. The curse wasn't what made me dangerous. It only gave me claws. But the hunger inside me. He opened his eyes. It was always there. She swallowed, chest tightening. What kind of hunger? His gaze dipped to her mouth. Just once. The kind that doesn't go away. Alara's breath shuddered from her lips. Her fingers found his wrist, thumb tracing over an old scar she hadn't noticed before. He didn't flinch. Then let me see it, she said. He sat up, slowly, body stiff and unsure. But his hand didn't leave hers, and the silence between them burned hotter than any fire. If I let it out, he warned, I won't be gentle. Don't be. It was an invocation. Not of lust, but of surrender. Their mouths met like a secret unearthed, slow, reverent, filled with all the words neither of them had dared speak aloud. His hands trembled when they touched her. Not because of pain, because of restraint. He buried his face in her neck and breathed her in like a man starved. She held him like he'd always belonged in her arms. When he pressed her gently back into the blankets, something unholy and sacred passed between them. Not just a kiss, not just a touch, a choice. To stop fearing the beast, to stop running from the hunger, to meet it, to welcome it, to burn with it. And when the moon rose high above the bars of her window, it bore witness not to a monster and a captive, but to two broken souls who had found solace in each other's ruin. Alara woke to warmth. Not just the weight of blankets or the residual heat of the hearth, but the unfamiliar press of skin against skin. Caius lay beside her, arm draped across her waist, breath soft at the back of her neck. He hadn't shifted in the night. No claws, no growls, no golden flicker in his eyes. Just a man. A man who had once been a monster. A man who had given her every shattered truth piece by piece, until she didn't just see the wolf. She saw the wound beneath the fur. The first light of dawn filtered through the bars and slender ribbons, casting silver patterns across the floor, over the tangled sheets, over the scarred spine of the creature who had once chained her to this room. And yet she didn't feel trapped anymore. She turned slowly to face him. His eyes were already open, watching, waiting. Do you regret it? He asked, voice hoarse, quieter than the wind outside. No, she said without hesitation. Do you? He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The same fingers that had once held a blade, that had clawed through earth and bone, now trembled like he didn't trust them to touch her gently enough. I regret everything but this, he whispered. You were the only thing I never wanted to hurt. She studied him. The vulnerability in his face, the ache behind his eyes. The walls between them had collapsed, but some ghost still wandered the wreckage. Then don't, she said. Don't hurt me by pushing me away. Don't lock that door again. He closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, they glistened. You're not my prisoner anymore. Then let me go. The words hung there, not as a rejection, but as a request, a test. Would he love her enough to free her? Would he trust her enough to believe she might still choose him? He sat up slowly, pulling the iron key from the small pouch tied to his belt. He held it out in his palm. Take it. Alara looked at it. So small, so cold, and yet it had held her in this room for weeks. It had chained them both. She took it from him. The front door too? Every door. What if I leave? He looked away. Then you were never mine to keep. She leaned in, pressed her forehead against his. You never had to keep me, she whispered. You just had to let me stay. A tear slipped down his cheek. She caught it with her lips. And then she kissed him again, not with desperation, not with hunger, but with the gentle certainty of someone who had chosen the ruin, the scars, the whole cursed truth. The key rested between them, unneeded now, because no door could keep them apart anymore. And when Alara stepped out into the morning, it wasn't freedom she felt. It was the fierce, trembling joy of choosing to come back. The door creaked open under her hand. The heavy wood, once a barrier, now gave way like it had been waiting for her all along. Sunlight spilled through the hallway, warm and golden, softening the harsh stone walls and revealing how different the world looked when she wasn't a prisoner inside it. Alara turned to find Caius standing just behind her. He wasn't dressed like the beast of legend or the fearsome warden who once paced these corridors. He looked human. Barefoot, bare-chested, eyes unsure. "You don't have to leave today," he said, voice caught somewhere between invitation and fear. She searched his expression. The way he watched her like one breath might shatter everything they'd built. The way his hands stayed at his sides, not reaching, not pulling, just open. Waiting. "I don't want to leave at all," she whispered, his brow furrowed. "You don't?" "I wanted to leave," she clarified, stepping closer, "before I knew you. Before I saw who you were beneath all that fur and fury." She took his hand in hers. "But now, I want something else." "What?" "A room without locks. A door I can close behind me, not because I have to, but because I want to stay." His fingers tightened around hers, then drew her slowly back inside. They walked the halls together. He showed her the library, dusty, untouched for years, shelves of forgotten books, many of them in languages even he couldn't read. "I was supposed to live forever," he murmured, trailing his hand over a spine. "Immortality makes you a hoarder of regrets." They went to the kitchens, the cellar, the garden choked with ivy and thyme. Everywhere they went, he confessed something. He pointed to a blood-stained flagstone and said, "That's where I lost control for the first time." He showed her the broken staircase and whispered, "I used to stand here and scream at the moon." He brought her to the tower and told her, "This is where I thought I'd jump, but the night I met you, I stepped back from the ledge." Truth after truth. Little lights cast into the dark, and with every piece of him he gave, she felt herself mending. Later, in the quiet hush of twilight, she sat curled in a windowsill with a book from the library. Caius lay on the floor beneath her, head resting on her thigh, eyes closed, not sleeping, just existing beside her. "You don't have to keep telling me things," she said softly, stroking his hair. "Not if it hurts." "I want to," he said, eyes still closed. "Because for the first time in centuries I want someone to know me, all of me." She bent low, lips brushing his temple. "Then I'll keep listening." They stayed like that until the stars bled across the sky. No keys, no chains, no need for escape, just a man and a woman building a home between broken pieces. And somewhere, beyond the trees, the moon rose silver and quiet, no longer a curse, but a witness to the slow miracle of healing. The days that followed were slow. Not in boredom, but in the kind of stillness that allows something broken to start knitting itself together. Alara moved freely through the manor now, barefoot like the wild thing she had become. No longer a captive, no longer a stranger to the shadows. And Caius, ever a step behind her, watched as if in disbelief that she hadn't vanished the moment he gave her the chance. He didn't sleep much, but when he did, it was near her. He didn't eat much, but when she cooked, he always took the first bite. They rarely spoke about what happened the night he gave her the key, or what followed in its wake. It was too sacred, too raw, like naming it aloud might steal the magic from it. But they spoke of everything else. She learned he used to be a prince, not of a kingdom, but of a clan long turned to dust. That the curse hadn't come from a scorned witch, but from his own bloodline, twisted by centuries of violence. "I used to believe I was born with teeth because I was meant to bite the world before it bit me," he said one evening, watching the fire crackle. "And now?" she asked. He turned to her, eyes soft. "Now I know I was just afraid." Alara reached out, took his hand, and traced the faint crescent scars at his knuckles. The marks of a man who had fought too long to be touched. They shared a bed, but not always a body. Some nights they simply curled into one another, breathing in tandem, letting the silence speak. On others he would wake from nightmares, and she would hold him until he stopped shaking, whispering truth into his ear. You are not the monster they made you to be. And still, each night, he gave her a piece of himself. I killed someone once who didn't deserve it. I begged the moon to end me. I used to dream about your face before I knew you existed. Confessions wrapped in vulnerability, like petals peeling back to reveal something delicate inside. One night, as the wind howled beyond the tower, he brought her to the western wing, sealed for years. With a heavy creak, he opened the doors and showed her a mural, hidden behind dust and vines. It was her, not exactly, but close. A woman cloaked in twilight, eyes alight with fire, standing before a wolf bathed in moonlight. I painted her before I ever knew your name, he whispered, the soul-bound, the one the curse told me would come. Alara stepped closer, heart thudding. Her likeness stared back at her across the stone. But this version wore a crown of stars, and in her outstretched hand was a broken collar. Do you believe it's me? She asked. I don't want to believe in fate, he said quietly. I want to believe you chose me. She turned to him, lifted his hand and pressed it to her chest. Then believe this, she said. I did. And somewhere deep within him, the wolf lay down, not in defeat, but in peace, content at last to be seen. Alara stood at the threshold of the chamber where it all began. The door was open now, wide and unguarded, but the air still carried a residue of memory, cold iron, silence, and the thud of her own heartbeat when fear was all she had. She stepped inside, barefoot on the stone, and ran her fingers along the wall. The hook where the chains once hung was rusted now, unused, forgotten. She tugged it free, the iron brittle in her grip. It snapped like a dry branch. I should burn this room, Kaya said from the doorway behind her. She turned, the broken hook in her hand. No, you should leave it. He looked surprised. She met his gaze. So you remember what you survived, she added. He crossed the room slowly, his bare feet whispering across the floor like he was afraid to disturb the ghosts here. And you? I'll remember this room too, she said, but not for how it started, for how it ended. Caius reached for her, fingers brushing her cheek. The calluses had softened with time, or maybe it was just the way he touched her now, gentle, reverent, like she was something holy he still didn't believe he deserved. I've told you everything, he murmured. All but one last thing. Alara waited. I dreamt of your death, he confessed, voice cracking. Every night for years, different every time, fire, water, chains, and in every dream, I failed to save you. She cupped his jaw, stared into those golden eyes that had once terrified her and now held entire oceans. But I'm alive. Because you saved me, he said. They stood there for a long time, wrapped in a silence more powerful than any vow. Later they walked the grounds together. The garden had started to bloom again. She'd pulled weeds from its corners. He had turned the soil with his bare hands. They were building something. Not just a home, but a life without fear. The moon rose that evening, full and pale, casting silver across the world. It no longer stirred violence in his blood. He didn't pace. He didn't lock the doors. He simply watched it with her, arms around her waist as they stood at the window. Do you still feel the curse? She asked. He thought for a moment. It's quieter now, like it's sleeping. And if it wakes, he kissed her shoulder, then I'll fight it, because I have something to lose now. That night, they didn't speak confessions. There was no need. Their silence was filled with touch, with breath, with the soft gasp of two souls choosing one another again and again with every inch of skin, every whispered name, every heartbeat tangled between moonlight and memory. The fire crackled beside them, but the real warmth came from his hands. He kissed her slowly, like he was relearning the shape of salvation. Her nails traced old scars with reverence. And when their bodies joined, it was not in hunger, but in healing. They moved together like two pieces, returning to the shape they were always meant to be. No longer a prisoner and her captor, no longer a wolf and the girl who feared him, just Alara and Caius. Two names whispered in the dark, and when sleep finally took them, the chains had long since turned to dust, and the moon watched over them like a promise kept. Morning arrived like a breath held too long, soft, cautious, golden. Sunlight slipped through the high windows, washing over their tangled bodies in a quiet benediction. The fire had died in the hearth, but warmth still lingered in the space between them. Skin pressed to skin, the silence full of afterglow and something deeper. Alara stirred first. Her head rested on Caius's chest, the rhythm of his heart slow and steady beneath her ear. She traced lazy circles across his ribs, memorizing the scars, the ridges, the proof of a man who had endured. "You stayed," he whispered, voice husky from sleep. "You let me." He opened his eyes, gold flickering in the morning light. "I would have let you go." She tilted her head to meet his gaze. "But you didn't want to." He shook his head slowly. "No, I wanted to hold you until the moon forgot me." "Then start with now," she said and kissed him again. The kiss wasn't hungry this time, it was quiet, lingering, like a thank you. They spent the morning wrapped in sheets and silence. Words came later, gentle, ordinary ones. Breakfast, bathwater, laughter. She wore his shirt, far too big, and danced barefoot through the halls as he watched her from the doorway. There was something wild in her joy, and something reverent in his stillness. "You look like someone who never expected to be happy," she teased. "Because I didn't," he said honestly. They walked the grounds again, hand in hand this time, no longer needing distance or secrecy. The garden bloomed in earnest. Bees buzzed lazily, flowers leaned toward the sun. She knelt to touch the soil where they'd planted lavender. It had taken root. It was growing. "Isn't it strange," she asked, "how something can bloom where there was only rot?" "Not strange," he murmured, "just rare." They found a small gate hidden behind a tangle of bramble, a path leading into the woods. "I never noticed this before," Alara said. Caius smiled faintly. "I never wanted to leave." "And now?" He stepped beside her, fingers brushing hers. "Now I'll follow you wherever you go." She looked to the trees, wind dancing through their limbs like ghosts finally laid to rest. The world felt open, wild, new. "Not today," she said softly. "Today I want to stay." That night they built a fire in the garden. She read from a book by candlelight and he sat beside her, head resting against her shoulder. "Tell me something," she said, closing the book. "Another confession?" "No," she said, smiling. "Tell me something good." He thought for a long time. Then, "I used to believe the curse made me less. That being a monster meant I couldn't love or be loved. But now I know. Love was the only part of me untouched by the beast." She turned to him, eyes shining. "Then maybe love is the cure." And in the hush between heartbeats, under the soft hush of wind and stars, they found a kind of freedom no key could ever offer. One built not from escape, but from choosing to stay. It was the first time Alara had felt truly safe in her own skin. Not just unchained, not merely tolerated, but safe, in the presence of a man who had once prowled her nightmares and now lingered in her every breath. Caius was no longer afraid to touch her, and she was no longer afraid to let him. The walls between them had fallen, quietly and completely, with every whispered confession and every fevered kiss. What remained were the ruins of pain turned into something sacred, like an altar built from ash. But there was still one last shadow they hadn't named. It came in the form of a letter. Alara found it buried beneath loose floorboards in the tower room, old parchment, brittle and curling at the edges, sealed with a faded crest, a wolf howling beneath a crown. She brought it to him without a word. He sat beneath the sprawling oak in the garden, painting again. The image forming beneath his brush looked eerily familiar. A woman cloaked in twilight, her eyes distant, hands open to something unseen. "I found this," she said, handing it over. He hesitated, then took it, fingers trembling. "It's from my mother," he whispered after a pause. "I thought I burned them all." "Do you want to read it?" "No," he said, but he opened it anyway. The silence stretched long and brittle. Then he read it aloud. "Caius, if the curse has taken hold of you by now, I beg you, do not hide. The beast is not what you are, it's what we were made to be. And that's not the same thing. Love, if you find it, will not save you, but it will remind you what it felt like to be whole. Remember that, fight for it, you are not lost." His voice cracked, he let the letter fall. Alara knelt beside him, picked up and folded it gently, tucking it into her pocket. A relic, a truth too long buried. "She knew," Alara said softly, "and I hated her for it. You don't have to forgive her," she said, "but you can stop carrying the weight alone." That night, Caius told her the last secret. "The curse doesn't end," he whispered. "Not truly. The wolf inside me is still there. I can feel it in my bones when the air shifts, when the moon rises. I can hear it, howling at the edges of my mind. It wants blood, Alara, and I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to stop it. She took his hand and pressed it to her chest. Then I'll howl with you. He stared at her like she'd just rewritten every law of the universe. You'd stay? Not in a cage, she said. But in your arms? Always. Their kiss that night wasn't desperate. It was devotional. He touched her like he was afraid she would dissolve beneath his hands. She kissed him like she was learning a new language, one only they could speak. When their bodies came together again, it wasn't just fire. It was the storm after fire, the quiet crash of thunder when the sky decides it's done burning. And when she lay tangled in him, heart beating steady against his chest, she whispered, "Tell me who you are now." He kissed her forehead. "I'm yours." And though the wolf still lived within him, it curled at her feet that night, tamed not by chains or curses, but by love that had never needed to be earned. The nights grew warmer, but Caius still built fires wherever Alara went. It wasn't about warmth anymore. It was ritual, a silent offering, flame and ember, like the first night he had whispered truths to her in the dark. But now she knew them all, or so she thought. Until the night she traced the jagged scar on his lower back, one she hadn't noticed before. He stilled beneath her touch, tension knotting through his body like a warning. "That one," he murmured, voice low, "wasn't from a fight. It was punishment." She said nothing, only waited. "When I was 14, I tried to run, thought if I fled far enough into the forest, the beast wouldn't find me. But it wasn't the curse that came for me, it was my father." Alara's breath hitched. He said it was better to beat the wolf out of me than let it grow. She leaned into him, hands wrapped tightly around his ribs, grounding him. "It didn't work," he said, almost bitter. "But I stopped trying to run." "You survived him," she whispered. "I became him," Caius replied. "That was the worst part." "No," she said fiercely. "You broke the cycle. You let me go. You chose love." His breath trembled against her neck. "Every time I look at you," he confessed, "I wonder how someone like me was allowed to love something so soft." Alara's voice was steady. "Because softness doesn't mean weakness. And you didn't earn me, Caius. You met me." They lay in silence for a long while. Then she stood, letting the sheet fall from her shoulders, bearing herself in the flickering firelight. "You've given me all your scars," she whispered. "Now let me give you something." He rose slowly, reverently, as though afraid she might vanish with the smoke. His touch was gentler than it had ever been, hands gliding down her spine like a vow, lips trailing reverence along her skin. There was nothing hurried between them, no frenzy, only worship, only healing. When she sank into him, it was with full knowledge of who he had been and who he might still become. When he moved within her, it was not to conquer but to connect, to anchor himself to something mortal, something true. And when they collapsed together in the aftermath, breathless and trembling, she whispered into his throat, "This is how we write over the pain." He kissed her hair, voice thick, "Then write on me forever." And so they did, two haunted souls, rewriting their ruin with hands that knew how to hold, and hearts that finally dared to stay. The dreams returned, not hers, his. Caius awoke drenched in sweat, breath ragged, fingers clawing the sheets as if they might anchor him to the present. Alara stirred, half asleep, reaching for him. But he was already halfway across the room, staring out the window at the moonlit trees. "Another memory?" she asked gently. He didn't answer right away. The silence pulsed between them like a third heart. "I saw the night I changed," he finally said, voice raw. "The first time." Alara sat up, letting the sheet slide around her waist. She waited. "I wasn't supposed to survive it. Most don't. The first shift, it rips through you like fire and bone. You lose your name, your mind, your soul." He looked over his shoulder, eyes golden in the dark. "But I remembered one thing. My mother's lullaby." Her voice sang, "You are not the monster they fear. You are the son I love." His voice cracked. "I think that's why I made it back." Alara rose and crossed to him. She didn't touch him. Not yet. "That night," he continued, "I killed a man, a traveler. He was just in the woods. Wrong place, wrong time." His shoulders hunched. "I didn't even feel guilt at first. Just hunger. The beast was still too loud." Alara stepped beside him and looked out the window. "And now I feel everything," he said, Too much, sometimes, and every time I feel joy or love or peace, I wonder if it's stolen, if I deserve it. She turned to him, her voice steady. You do, not because you've atoned or suffered enough, but because you choose to carry that pain. That's what makes you human. His throat bobbed. She touched his jaw, guiding his gaze to hers. You don't have to bleed every time you remember, she said. You don't have to stay in the fire. Then pull me out, he whispered. She kissed him with all the softness of spring rain and all the strength of a promise. Later, beneath the same stars that once watched him turn, they lay together again, not out of lust or comfort, but out of need. A need to be seen, to be forgiven, to belong. Caius wrapped his arms around her like armor and whispered, If I am made of monsters, then you are the spell that tames them. And above them, the stars kept their secrets, knowing that sometimes love was not a cure, but the map that led survivors home. The forest had begun to whisper again, not with fear but with memory, ancient roots stirring beneath the soil, birdsong that carried warnings laced in wind. Alara felt it too. Even when Caius held her, even when the tower felt like sanctuary, something old and waiting stirred beyond the trees. It's calling you, she murmured one morning, her fingers tangled in his hair. I know, he said. And it's not just the curse, it's the bloodline. My family, what's left of it. They've always belonged to the forest, to the hunt. He looked at her then, a question written across his face, but unspoken. You think I'll leave? She asked, reading it anyway. I think you should. The words stung, even though they were meant as mercy. You set me free, remember? She said. I just never walked away. Because you're good. Because you see the wounded thing in me and you want to fix it. No, she said softly. I stay because I see the man in you, not the monster. But doubt was a parasite. And in Caius, it had roots deeper than guilt. That night, she packed her things, not because she was leaving, but because she needed him to believe she could. He watched her fold a cloak, tuck away a book, move with that calm, deliberate grace that had undone him from the start. Where will you go? He asked, voice caught between pain and resignation. To the river, to think. She kissed him gently, like she might not return. And she didn't, at least not until the next day, when dawn painted the sky in bruised gold. He was still in the garden, slumped beside the old oak, eyes hollow, as if sleep had never touched him. She dropped her pack beside him. I could have left, she said, I know. But I didn't, because this, she gestured around them, this is my choice. He reached for her, fingers trembling. Even if I break again, then I'll help you gather the pieces. Their kiss tasted like ash and rain and rebirth. And when they made love again, it wasn't desperate or tentative. It was wild and slow and sacred, like worship on wounded knees. Afterward, he whispered, You caged yourself here. She smiled against his chest. Then you're the only prison I'll ever beg to stay inside. And so, beneath branches heavy with history and skies thick with reckoning, they stayed. Two souls no longer trapped, but tethered by the kind of love that asks for nothing but everything, all at once. The night of the full moon arrived cloaked in silence, no bird song, no wind, just a hush, deep and reverent, like the forest itself was holding its breath. Caius stood bare-chested at the edge of the glade, the moonlight slicking his skin in silver. His scars glowed faintly, like old runes reawakening. Alara stepped out beside him, dressed in white linen that clung to her like fog. This is where it happened, isn't it? She asked. Yes, he said. The first change, the first death. The first time I realized I could never go back. She took his hand. He flinched, but didn't pull away. It's still in me, he murmured. That hunger. That madness. No matter how much I love you, I don't know if I'll ever be safe. Then don't be safe, she said. Be honest. Be present. Be yours. He looked at her, something breaking in his gaze. You'd love me even if I turned right now? Right here? I'd love you even if your teeth found my throat, she whispered. That did it. The shift came fast, violent, bones cracked like trees splitting under lightning, his back arched, his jaw dislocated, his screams tore through the clearing. But she didn't flinch. She didn't run. She knelt, right in front of the beast, golden eyes locked on hers, muzzle dripping with sweat, breath labored. But he didn't attack. He didn't move. She touched his snout, slow and gentle. You're still Caius, he whimpered, and I am still Alara. Her voice trembled, but her spine did not. The wolf bowed, not out of submission but in reverence. Later, when the sun threatened to rise and his form had returned to something human and worn and blood-streaked, he collapsed into her lap. "You didn't leave," he croaked. "You came back," she said. They lay there, dirt and sweat and moonlight tangled between them. And when they rose, it was not as prisoner and captor, not as monster and maiden, but as equals. Bound not by chains or fear or even fate, but by choice, made each night beneath the moon, and sealed each morning in one another's arms. The tower was empty now. The locks she once rattled in fear were unlatched. The iron gate stood open, the woods outside no longer holding her captive but beckoning like an old friend. Yet Alara didn't walk through it. She sat at the hearth, robe draped loosely over bare skin, a book open but unread in her lap. Behind her, soft footsteps, bare against the stone. Caius stood in the doorway, shadows playing across his scarred chest, eyes darker than the sky outside. "You're still here," he said quietly. "You're still worth staying for." He crossed the room slowly, the way you approach a sleeping god. He stopped beside her, kneeling. "I have nothing left to confess." "Then give me something else," she whispered. His breath caught. "What?" "All of you." The kiss that followed wasn't tentative. It was the culmination of nights wrapped in silence and secrets, of questions left to rot and answers that healed more than they hurt. He lifted her gently, carrying her to the bed like a vow. Their mouths met again and again, not with urgency, but with hunger wrapped in reverence. Hands explored like cartographers were learning a map by memory. He whispered her name into her skin like an apology. She moaned his into the dark like a prayer. There were no chains now, no curses, no cages, only skin and breath and trembling surrender. When it was over, they lay tangled beneath the furs, his heartbeat steady against her back, her fingers drawing circles over the scar near his ribs. "You never asked if I loved you," she said into the quiet. "I didn't have to," he answered. And then he pulled her closer, arms like armor, soul like flame. Outside, the first snow began to fall, soft, soundless, holy, and the forest whispered not with warnings, but with peace. For even the wildest things can be tamed, not with cages, but with love that burns slow and true, until even the moon kneels to watch. Let the next chapter lull you into a dream of dangerous promises, whispered secrets, and love that defies fate. The forest was dead quiet, save for the slow drip of blood from Cale's shoulder. It wasn't his own. The moon hung high and full, casting a silver veil over the clearing where bodies lay broken and still. Leaves glistened with crimson. The air stank of wet earth, torn flesh, and betrayal. Cale moved like a ghost through the wreckage, his claws slick, his breath ragged. The ambush had come fast, too clean. Whoever had sent the assassins had known how to kill a werewolf, and that meant one thing: vampires. He should have left, fled, warned the pack. Instead, something had caught his eye beneath a shattered pine, a flicker of movement, a figure cloaked and still. He'd approached, ready to strike, until he saw her face. She didn't look afraid or wounded. She looked amused. "You're not like the others," she murmured, voice smooth as poison and twice as sweet. He crouched before her, muscles coiled. "And you're not dead." "That's a problem." She tilted her head, revealing the faint gleam of fangs, and licked a speck of blood from her lower lip. His blood. "You should be. I bit you. Didn't take. It always takes." Cale's growl rumbled low, primal. He should rip her apart, snap her like the others, but something in her eyes rooted him to the earth. Not fear, not malice, curiosity. "What's your name?" she asked, voice hushed, almost reverent. "Cale. You?" "Lyra." She rose slowly, her cloak falling back to reveal a sleek figure dressed in black leather, blades strapped to her thighs, her hair like midnight ink. He could smell the death on her. She had killed tonight, but he had, too. They stood inches apart, predator and predator, both poised to strike, neither moving. "Why didn't you finish it?" he asked. "Same reason you didn't." Silence crackled between them, charged and unbearable. Then, without a word, she turned and disappeared into the trees. Cale didn't follow. He didn't need to. He knew this wasn't over. That bite should have ended me. Instead, it awakened something I was never meant to feel. Cale hadn't told anyone about her. He should have. That was the rule. If a vampire crossed into pack territory, you reported it. If she bit you, you ran straight to the shaman. But Cale had done neither. He'd washed the blood from his skin in the river and let the memory of her name echo in his mind until sleep took him. Lyra. It tasted like danger, like frost on bare skin. The pack was restless. They could smell the death on him, ask the right questions, sniff the wrong trail. But Cale kept to the trees, to the shadows, moving through the world like a man balancing on a cliff's edge. No one asked. No one dared. 3 nights passed before he saw her again. She waited for him. Same clearing, same moonlight. No words at first, just breath shared between them, and the tension of beasts who didn't understand why they hadn't already killed each other. Lyra leaned against a tree, arms crossed, crimson eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Her cloak billowed behind her like smoke. Did it fester? She asked. No. Pity. I wanted to see what you'd look like bleeding from the soul. Cale didn't laugh, but something curled in his chest. Interest, curiosity, madness. Why are you here? To see if you were. The silence thickened. Cale stepped closer. Lyra didn't flinch. Their bodies were near enough now to feel the hum beneath the skin. You're not like them, she whispered. Neither are you. She studied him, the way a wild animal studies a storm, wanting to know if it will pass or destroy. I killed 2 of your brothers that night, she said softly. I killed 3 of yours. Do you regret it? He shook his head once. Do you? No. Still, neither attacked. Cale reached for something he didn't understand, and before he could stop himself, he asked, Why didn't you kill me? Because I wanted to see you again. She stepped forward, close enough to touch. Now tell me something true, Cale. Something no one else knows. His lips parted, but the words stuck. He hadn't spoken of the nightmares in years. Of the first time he lost control. Of the time he woke up in the snow with blood in his mouth and no memory of what he'd done. But her eyes pulled it from him. Sometimes, he said, voice low, I'm not sure I deserve to live. Lyra blinked once, then nodded like she understood. Then we're the same. She turned and vanished again, not like smoke this time, but like a promise unraveling into wind. Cale stood alone in the clearing, but her presence lingered. That night, the wind carried her name again, and this time, it didn't feel like a warning. It felt like fate. Cale didn't dream that night, but he woke with her name in his throat. Lyra. He could still smell her, violets and blood. Still feel her breath brush his jaw. Still hear the soft rasp of her voice echoing the things no one else had dared to ask. What did it mean when your enemy knew the parts of you no one else did? What did it mean to crave the one you were raised to destroy? He left before dawn, legs pulling him toward the old border, long abandoned by both clans after the last treaty fell apart. There were no guards, only the silence of betrayal rotting into the trees like a scar the land refused to heal. She waited again. No words this time. Lyra stood barefoot on the ridge, cloak tossed aside, letting the rising sun burn red against her pale skin. Cale's breath hitched. He hadn't expected that. She looked almost human, almost soft, until she turned and met his gaze, and he saw the raw hunger behind her composure. She stepped forward, offering a piece of herself. I was born during a famine, she said. My parents gave me to the circle in exchange for food. They told me it was an honor. Cale watched her, unmoving. They bled me for 3 days to prepare me, said it would make me stronger. That pain is how we're shaped. Her eyes flicked to his claws. I'm guessing your people aren't much different. He flexed his hands. The scars up his forearms tightened. No. They sat in the grass. For a moment it felt like the war didn't exist. Like the forest was just a forest, and she was just a woman, and he was just a man, bleeding out a secret need neither of them had permission to name. Tell me something, she said, something you swore never to say. Cale hesitated. But she waited, patient as nightfall. I killed my own alpha. She didn't blink. He was my father. Lyra's breath caught, the only sound between them for a long time. Her lips parted, then closed again. She didn't offer pity. She didn't recoil. She simply nodded and leaned her head back against the moss-covered stone. Good. Then you know what it means to survive betrayal. The tension between them thickened into something heavier than silence. He looked at her and saw not a vampire, not a killer, but something cracked in the same way he was. Hollowed out. Hungry for more than blood. You're dangerous, he murmured. And you're not, he smirked. the first in weeks. Lyra rose to her feet, eyes glowing under the morning sun. Same time tomorrow? Cale nodded. As she vanished, he noticed her cloak remained on the stone. A trace, a choice. She left it there on purpose, and I knew then, whatever this was, it had already begun. The next night, she wore no cloak. She stood in the clearing bare-shouldered, moonlight draping over her skin like silk. The woods were quiet around her, as if the world held its breath when she arrived. Cale watched from the trees, heart pacing like prey. He hadn't intended to admire her, but there was something about the way she stood, always still, always sure, like she feared nothing. And maybe she didn't. "You're late," Lyra said, not turning to face him. "I was watching you." "Why?" "Because you didn't look like a killer." She turned then, slowly, her mouth curving just slightly at the corner. A smile, not cold or cruel, but curious, surprised even. "And you didn't look like a liar," she said. "Yet here we are." Cale stepped into the clearing. She didn't retreat. "Why do you keep coming back?" he asked. "Why do you?" Neither answered. They sat beneath a twisted oak, close but not touching. There was no need for pretense now. They both knew what this was. Not friendship, not alliance, something slower, stranger, more dangerous. "Tell me something," she said, picking a dead leaf from her hair. "What was your greatest fear as a child?" He didn't hesitate this time. "Becoming my father." "Did you?" "Almost." She was quiet, absorbing his answer like rain into cracked earth. Then she spoke. "I was once chained to a wall for 9 days." Cale turned toward her, but she kept her gaze on the stars. "I killed someone I shouldn't have, a boy, young. He'd just been turned. He didn't even know what he was yet." "Why?" "Because he smiled at me, and I mistook it for a threat." Her voice cracked, just slightly, like a blade flexing beneath pressure. "I begged them to chain me there. I wanted the punishment. I needed it." Cale exhaled slowly, not in judgment, but recognition. "What happened on the 10th day?" "I bit through the chain, crawled out, found the ones who turned him, and slaughtered them." Silence, and then laughter. Cale laughed first, rough and low. Lyra blinked, startled. Then her shoulders shook with something small and breathless and real. "That's the first time I've heard you laugh," he said. "That's the first time I remembered how." He didn't say it, but he watched her like he'd never seen her before. They didn't move closer, not yet. But something shifted in the air between them. The moon felt warmer, the silence less lonely. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked. She rose, always. He watched her go, the way her figure disappeared into the dark without a trace, except for the ghost of her smile, still burning behind his eyes. That night, her smile followed me into my dreams, and for the first time in years, they didn't end in blood. He felt her coming before he saw her. The forest stilled like prey, sensing a predator, yet Cale's pulse didn't quicken in fear. It slowed, softened, as if his body already recognized her presence as something inevitable. Lyra stepped from between the trees barefoot again, dragging her fingers across the bark like she could read the memories carved into wood. She didn't speak at first. Neither did he. But the space between them shimmered with something different tonight, like the hush before a lightning strike. "You're bleeding," she said. Cale glanced at his shoulder. A long, shallow gash oozed across the skin, clotting slowly. "A scout," he muttered. "From the northern pack, got a little too close." Lyra was beside him before he could blink, eyes glowing with something darker than concern. "Did he see me?" "No. But I lied about where I was going. If they follow, they'll know soon enough." She stared at the wound, then at him. "You risked exposure." "I couldn't miss a night." The air grew heavier, tighter. The distance between them thinned like mist burned by flame. "Why?" she asked, and her voice was barely a whisper. Cale stepped forward, heart hammering against his ribs. "Because every time you speak, I remember what it's like to be something other than a monster." Her eyes flashed, wide and vulnerable, like she wasn't expecting softness. Like it frightened her more than teeth. "You think I make you better?" "No," he said. "I think you remind me that I want to be." She looked away, swallowed hard, then reached for him. It wasn't a grand touch, just her fingers brushing over the edge of his wound. But Cale sucked in a breath, because her skin was cold and burning all at once, like frost laced with fire. "This will scar," she murmured. "Let it." A moment passed, then another. And then, for the first time, she leaned into him, not as a predator, not as a soldier, but as a woman carrying too many ghosts. Cale wrapped an arm around her, unsure whether he was comforting her or himself. "They won't let this go," she said, voice muffled in his chest. "Our kinds, they'll hunt us. Let them. They'll kill us. Then let them try." She pulled back, enough to look at him. Her pupils narrowed, fangs peeking just slightly between parted lips. "You're insane." "No," he said. "I'm just tired of pretending I'm not already yours." The kiss was sudden and slow, like two storms colliding not with fury, but with the surrender of silence after destruction. Her lips tasted like night and copper. His hands trembled when they touched her waist, but they didn't rush. They didn't need to. Because for the first time, touch wasn't about power. It was about recognition. They broke apart only when the moon sank behind the trees, and even then their breath stayed tangled. "Tomorrow?" he asked. "You'll come?" "Even if it kills me." She smiled. "Then I'll make it worth it." That night, the wound in my shoulder stopped bleeding, but the one she left inside me had only just begun to open. Cale had always known it would happen. The question was never if, only when. When would the others notice his scent gone too long from the borders? When would the whispers in the pack reach the ears of the elders? When would they follow? The answer came with the howl that split the night open like a throat beneath claws. He was already halfway to the clearing when it rang out again, closer this time. A chorus of them, low, angry, full of war. Lyra was waiting. She stood in the center of the clearing like a shadow made flesh, her daggers drawn, the hem of her cloak stirring in a wind too still to explain. Her eyes locked on his, but she didn't ask questions. "They're here," he said. "How many?" "Enough." She didn't flinch. "Then we give them a reason to regret it." The moment the first wolf broke through the tree line, Cale shifted, bones snapping, fur erupting in waves of dark smoke. His beast rose to the surface with a roar that cracked the silence like thunder. Lyra was already moving, a blur of obsidian and death, her blades kissed by moonlight as she danced among the attackers. She didn't fight like someone trying to survive, she fought like someone with nothing left to lose. They fought back to back. Blood sprayed in arcs. The ground shook. But it wasn't enough, there were too many. Cale took a blow to the ribs, hard enough to crack bone. Lyra cried out when claws raked down her thigh, tearing through leather. He turned in time to see her fall to one knee. "No, Lyra!" A wolf lunged for her, jaws open. Cale didn't think. He moved. He was over her in a heartbeat, tearing the attacker off with a snarl so feral it sounded human. The wolf hit the ground, limp and bleeding. Lyra's hand gripped his arm tight. "We have to run," she gasped. "We don't run. Then we die." They didn't say it, but the weight of truth hung between them. If they stayed, they would be torn apart. If they ran, they'd be hunted. "Take my hand," she whispered. Cale hesitated. "Do it," she snapped. He did. And in a blink, the world shifted. Cold rushed through him like water too dark to see. The trees blurred, the moon vanished. He tasted iron on his tongue. Then suddenly, they were gone. They stood breathless on the edge of a cliff somewhere far, far from home. The sea stretched below them like a secret. Lyra dropped his hand, breathing hard. "You teleported us. Only once. The blood magic toll won't let me do it again." Cale looked back toward the forest. "They'll keep coming. Then we don't stop running." He turned to her. Her face was pale, streaked with blood, her hair tangled with leaves. She looked like a storm that had just survived itself. "You saved me," he said. "Don't get used to it," she said, but there was no venom in her voice. Only fear. Only need. He touched her cheek. "We run then, together." She didn't answer. She just leaned in, forehead to his, eyes closed. That night, the world tried to tear us apart, and we answered by holding on harder. The motel looked like it hadn't seen a guest in years. Half the sign was missing. The other half flickered with the sputtering death of a dying light bulb, casting the word moonrest in a crooked red glow. A single vending machine buzzed like a trapped insect outside the front office, and the air smelled of mildew, motor oil, and something vaguely burnt. Cale didn't care. He had one arm around Lyra, and she was bleeding again. "Here," he said gruffly, pushing open the door of room 7. "Sit." Lyra slumped onto the sagging mattress without protest. Her thigh was soaked in blood. her left hand shaking as she pulled off what was left of her boot. "That teleport almost drained me dry," she muttered, teeth clenched. "And the claw to your leg didn't help," Cale growled, pulling the faded curtain shut and locking the door behind him. "You didn't have to take that hit. Neither did you." The silence between them settled heavily. Outside, a truck rumbled by on the highway, indifferent to the chaos the world had become for them. Cale knelt in front of her. He tore open a motel towel, wrapped it tightly around her leg. "They'll track the blood," she said. "Then I'll cover our scent." He didn't tell her how. She already knew. His blood, his magic. A bit of fur left scattered in the wrong direction. Lies written in instinct. She watched him through narrowed eyes. "You're too good at this." "Running?" he asked, a bitter smile touching his lips. "Protecting." He looked up at her, and for once she didn't look away. Her eyes were glassy with pain, but deeper still he saw the shift. The wall inside her cracking, just slightly. "When I was young," she said suddenly, voice low, "I used to dream of sunlight. I'd stand in it without burning, and I could feel the warmth in my bones. I didn't know what it meant then. I thought maybe it was some memory of a life before. But I think maybe I was dreaming of you." Cale's chest ached. She didn't say things like that. Ever. "That's dangerous talk," he said quietly. "So is loving a wolf." He froze. The words hung between them like lightning in a dry sky, waiting to strike. "Is that what this is?" he asked, voice rough. Would it matter if it was? Cale rose slowly, towering over her. Every inch of him was scarred and shadowed, but she didn't flinch when he reached out. His fingers brushed her jaw, then trailed to her lips. "It would matter," he said, "because it would be the only thing in this world worth dying for." Lyra leaned into his touch, her breath uneven. For once, her guard was down. No blades, no taunts, no distance, just them. And for a single, reckless moment, Cale let himself imagine a life where they didn't have to hide, where he could build something more than survival with her. But the moment passed. "We should rest," she whispered, though her voice trembled. "One bed," he noted. "I won't bite." A flicker of a smile. Then silence. They lay side by side in the dark, neither sleeping. Her hand found his beneath the thin motel sheet. "In the hush between heartbeats, with blood crusted on our skin and a war at our heels, I realized I didn't want to survive this life without her." The sun hadn't risen yet, but the air carried the color of pre-dawn, the faintest blush of gray kissing the edge of a black horizon. Inside the motel, the silence was almost sacred, the kind that came only after chaos had spent itself. Cale sat at the small motel desk, a pen gripped awkwardly in his calloused hand. He hadn't written in years. Not since his brother died, not since the pack turned into a weapon he no longer recognized. Lyra slept behind him, or at least, she pretended to. He could hear her breath catch when he shifted. She was listening, always. He stared at the empty motel notepad for a long time before he finally wrote, "If you find this, I'm already gone. I know what I am. I've done things I can't ask anyone to forgive, but if I'm going to die, let it be for something pure, something rare, something worth the blood I've spilled." His hand trembled as he underlined the last 3 words. He didn't sign it, didn't need to. It wasn't for her. It was for the wolves who might find him, for the elders who would read his betrayal in ink instead of blood. He folded it carefully and slid it into the pocket of his coat, tucked next to the silver chain he used to wear around his neck, the one his mother had given him before she vanished under the moon. Behind him, Lyra stirred. "You're planning something," she said, voice hoarse from sleep or disuse. He didn't turn. "I always am." "Does it involve dying?" "Everything does, eventually." Silence stretched between them like a string pulled too tight. "You're not a monster, Cale," she said. "Aren't I?" He stood and turned. She was still in bed, her raven hair tangled against the pillow, eyes too knowing for someone who'd only just woken. "I've killed," he continued. "Stolen, torn men apart under moonlight. Not all of them deserved it." "Neither did I," she said, "but I've done worse." He looked at her, startled. She rose slowly from the bed, wincing at the ache in her leg, and walked toward him without fear. "They made me feed on innocence once," she said, voice low. "Told me it was how I'd earn my place. I didn't know their names. I didn't ask." Cale stared. "Do you remember their faces?" he asked. "Every single one." "Then, you're not a monster." She stepped closer. close enough that he could feel the chill of her skin mixing with the heat of his. "You're afraid," she whispered. "Of what?" "Of being loved despite the blood. Of being more than what they said you are." He didn't deny it, because she was right, and he was tired of pretending otherwise. His hand found her waist. Her fingers curled against his chest, their breaths tangled. "You don't have to save me, Kale," she said. "Just stay." He leaned in, his voice a rasp. "I've never stayed for anyone. Then start with me." They didn't kiss. Not yet. But something shifted between them. A promise unspoken, hanging in the hush of motel shadows. In the quiet between sins, we found something almost holy. Two broken creatures daring to believe they were worth more than the pieces they'd become. They left the motel at dawn. Kale didn't say where they were headed, and Lyra didn't ask. Her trust had stopped needing directions. They drove west, following roads with names worn off the signs, through forests that held old magic and bad memories. The sky grew heavy with clouds that refused to break, and the air felt like something ancient was watching. By sunset, they reached the edge of a ghost town, swallowed by vines and silence. Kale parked behind a rusted diner and killed the engine. "We'll rest here," he said. Lyra eyed the place warily. The windows were shattered, and vines coiled around the doorway like they were keeping something in, not out. "Doesn't look very safe." "It's not," Kale replied, "but it's off-map. No trackers, no eyes." He pushed open the car door. Lyra followed. Inside, the diner smelled of mold and burnt coffee long since gone cold. Broken booths, overturned tables, and a jukebox that still blinked with faint red light greeted them like ghosts of a life abandoned. Kale led her to a booth in the back and sat without speaking. After a moment, Lyra slid in across from him. "You've been here before," she said. He didn't deny it. "This is where I killed my first alpha." Her breath caught. "Why bring me here?" "Because the first time I tasted freedom, it was soaked in blood. I want you to see what I was, before I knew what I could be." He reached into his coat and pulled out a worn pack of cigarettes, lit one, let the smoke curl between them like a serpent. "He was my uncle," Kale said. "Taught me how to track, how to tear throats open. He said a wolf wasn't worth its breath unless it could spill another's." Lyra listened in silence. When I challenged him, the others watched. Some were amused. Most were hungry for violence. I was younger, slower, Tabsworth. He broke my ribs before I even touched him. "But you won," she said softly, "because I stopped holding back." He crushed the cigarette into a rusted ashtray, his jaw tight. "I didn't kill him clean. I made it hurt. I wanted him to know what fear tasted like. And after, they made me alpha, and I realized all I'd done was climb the same ladder he did, the same blood-soaked rungs." Lyra reached across the table and placed her cool hand over his. He didn't pull away. "You're not him," she said. "I was." "No, you chose to walk away. That's something monsters never do." For a long time, neither of them spoke. Then Kale stood, rounded the booth, and stopped beside her. "I don't deserve this," he whispered. "Neither do I," she said, looking up at him. Their eyes locked. He leaned down slowly, cautiously, like she might disappear. And when his lips brushed hers, it wasn't hunger that drove it. It was ache, the kind that blooms from longing buried too deep, too long. Lyra's fingers tangled in his shirt, and Kale cradled her jaw like he was holding something fragile and sacred. It wasn't a kiss born of lust. It was the kind that came after the blood, after the pain, after the years spent believing no one could ever touch the ruined pieces of you and love what they found. In that broken diner, with ghosts in the walls and blood in our pasts, we kissed like we were trying to remember what it meant to be human. The kiss had changed everything. Not with fireworks or grand declarations, but with quiet certainty. Like a river finally finding its course after a long winter of ice. But peace never lingers long in the lives of those hunted. The next morning, Kale's senses sharpened before the sun had touched the sky. He stood still, silent, listening. The wind had a different taste, sharp, wrong. They'd been found. "We have to go," he murmured, already pulling Lyra to her feet. "What is it?" "Wolves," he said. "And not just mine, yours too." Lyra froze. "You're sure?" "I know how they move, and I smell silver." They were out the door in seconds. Kale's coat flew behind him like wings. Lyra's feet barely touched the earth as they vanished into the woods, branches snapping and wind howling around them like a warning. They ran until their lungs burned and silence returned. But it was a silence too clean, no birds, no insects, just the sound of fear. Why now? Lyra asked between breaths. Because we let ourselves be still, and stillness leaves a trail. They hid in an abandoned watchtower nestled between dying pines. It was rotting, barely standing, but high and out of scent range. Cale barred the door with a rusted beam. This won't hold long, he muttered. Then we don't stay long, Lyra replied, stepping closer. But Cale, they're working together, vampires and wolves, that's not normal. No, he agreed. It means this isn't about us anymore, it's about what we represent. Which is everything they fear. She studied his face. There was no panic, only determination. The wild in his eyes had settled into something colder, harder, resolve. They think love like ours is poisoned, she said. Let's make them choke on it. He cracked a rare, almost feral smile. But the moment passed too fast. A branch snapped outside. Cale grabbed her hand, pulled her toward the ladder that led to the trapdoor above. Go, he whispered. She climbed. He followed. From the rooftop they could see the forest floor below. Figures moved through the trees, swift, precise, shadows with teeth, and one stood apart. A woman in red leather, pale, beautiful, eyes like frostbite. Lyra gasped. That's Calvera, the enforcer of the blood court. Cale's expression darkened. I know the one beside her, he's packborn, Ulrich. He trained with me when I was still bleeding for approval. They're working together, Lyra whispered, and they won't stop. The sun dipped low, the wind howled, and Cale realized something deeper. This wasn't a hunt. It was a message. They don't just want us gone, he said slowly. They want to make an example out of us. Lyra looked at him, calm despite the terror blooming below. Then we give them one they'll never forget. She kissed him again, this time fierce, urgent. He tasted blood and promise. Above the world, in a tower doomed to fall, we made a vow not in words but in fire. If they came to destroy us, they would first have to face everything they taught us to become. The night fell like a blade. From their perch atop the ruined tower, Lyra and Cale could see the figures gathering below. Vampires cloaked in silence, wolves masked in fury. The enforcer stood between them, her arms crossed like a statue carved from ice. They're waiting, Cale said, his voice low. They want us to run. So they can justify what they'll do next, Lyra replied. Cale turned to her, eyes shadowed with thought. They won't expect what I'm about to do. She tilted her head. What are you planning? Something unforgivable. Then he bit her. It wasn't an attack, it was an offering. His fangs pierced her skin where her shoulder met her neck, just above the collarbone. Pain sparked, but beneath it something deeper surged, like lightning crawling through her bloodstream. Lyra staggered back, breath hitched. What was that? She gasped. Cale's mouth was stained red. His pupils were blown wide, the beast behind them shaking loose. A bond. He said, not soul-binding, not forced, just a mark. Why? Because now they'll smell me on you, and they'll know I chose you, that I claimed you, that I'd burn the world before letting them take you. Her fingers trembled as she touched the mark. You didn't ask. Would you have let me? She didn't answer. He turned away, eyes on the enemy below. You're angry. No, she said, stepping forward. I'm scared because now I know what I'd do for you. And? It terrifies me. A wolf howled in the distance. The enforcer raised her hand, the signal. Cale didn't wait. He leapt from the rooftop like a storm breaking loose. Mid-air, his form exploded, bones shifting, muscles snapping, fur bursting from skin. By the time he landed, he was the monster they feared. The war began. Lyra followed, fangs bared, blood singing. It was chaos, fangs, claws, screams. She moved through shadows like a blade, slicing through enemies who once called her sister. Cale tore through wolves with a feral grace, never stopping, never hesitating. But then Calvera. The enforcer found Lyra in the wreckage, their clash silent but brutal. You shame your blood, Calvera hissed. You poison yours, Lyra spat back. They fought with centuries behind their strikes. Lyra was faster, Calvera was crueler. Steel kissed flesh, Lyra bled. But then Cale was there, a whirlwind of fury. He tackled Calvera with a growl that shook the trees. Touch her again? He roared, and I'll feed you your teeth. But Calvera only laughed, lips wet with venom. You'll never outrun us. She vanished in a flash of blood mist. Silence fell. Bodies lay broken beneath the moonlight. The tower burned behind them. We need to move, Cale said. They'll be back with more. Lyra touched her wound, still fresh. Kale, she whispered, that bite, it did something. He looked at her sharply. What do you mean? I feel you, even now, in my chest, like, your rage is my own. He closed the distance between them, his breath trembling. Then we're already too far gone. Surrounded by the dead, soaked in blood and betrayal, we stood not as fugitives, but as something worse, two hearts forever cursed by the truth of what we'd become together. They fled east, chasing the broken spine of a forgotten road until the trees thinned and the wind lost its name. What waited ahead wasn't salvation, just distance. 3 days passed, 3 nights bled into one another, and finally at the edge of a desolate ravine, they found it. The city wasn't on any map, a collapsed monument to shadows, where the ruins of a once great civilization rotted beneath moss and fog. The locals called it Knoxvale, a place cursed by time and silence. It's abandoned, Kale said, his eyes scanning the skyline of crumbling spires, but not dead. I feel it too, Lyra whispered. Something's still breathing here. They stepped into the city as twilight painted the stone in bruises. Windows watched them. Streets coiled like veins, and overhead the moon seemed thinner, colder, an eye that never blinked. They found shelter in an old cathedral. The stained glass had long since shattered, and ash dusted the pews like snowfall. Kale collapsed against the altar. Lyra knelt beside him. Let me see, she said, tugging at his shirt. He winced. A claw wound from the last skirmish had festered along his ribs. Black veins spread from it like ink in water. It's nothing. It's poison, she snapped. Wolf blood burns most toxins. But this didn't come from a wolf. Kale froze. What do you mean? The enforcer, Lyra said. Her blade. It wasn't steel. She reached into her satchel, pulling out a vial of old vampire elixir. Her hands trembled as she opened it. This might help. That's forbidden. So are we. She poured it onto the wound. Kale screamed, his back arching, claws carving into the stone. And then he fell still. Breathing. Alive. Thank you, he whispered. She sat beside him, shoulders touching. The cathedral groaned around them, and through the broken roof, starlight spilled like prophecy. Do you regret it? She asked quietly. Running? Choosing me. Kale turned, eyes softened by pain. Lyra, if they offered me immortality, redemption, and a place at the head of every pack, on the condition I give you up, I'd still choose to burn. The silence between them thickened. You scare me when you say things like that, she whispered. You should, because it's true. She leaned against him, forehead resting on his shoulder. Then we'll burn together. If that's how it ends. But deep in the walls, a presence stirred. Something had awakened. Not the hunters. Something older. Watching. Waiting. In the city that time tried to forget, 2 fugitives carved a home from ashes, never knowing that the worst kind of pursuit was the one that didn't announce itself. Kale was the first to hear it. A whisper against stone, like breath weaving through a throat too old to remember speech. The sound wasn't loud, but it gnawed at the edges of his instincts like a dull blade, persistent, wrong. We're not alone, he murmured. Lyra froze, fangs itching beneath her skin. I felt it too. Last night. They didn't speak the rest aloud. The flicker of shadow when none moved. The strange hum beneath the floor. The sense that the air here was listening. They ventured deeper into Knoxvale by day, seeking food, shelter, maybe even peace. But each night something changed. The city rearranged itself. Alleys vanished, windows moved, streets led back to where they started, and always, the sense of being watched. Kale barely slept. Lyra, never fully at ease, watched him unravel. It's getting worse, she said one evening as he paced their makeshift camp in the cathedral. I can smell it now, Kale replied. It's not alive, but it's not dead either. A spirit? No, something deeper. Something buried. That night he dreamt. He stood in the center of the city, the moon above him a bleeding wound. Around him, figures cloaked in smoke knelt in reverence before a pulsing black stone. Their mouths moved without sound, and from the stone tendrils of memory crawled out. He saw Lyra bound in silver. He saw himself chained and howling. He saw fire, then only ash. Kale woke gasping, drenched in sweat. Lyra was beside him in an instant. What did you see? The end. Ours. He reached for her, hand trembling. Lyra, we can't stay here. We have nowhere else. Then we run. Again, she closed her eyes. I'm tired of running. Then fight. But before they could decide, the cathedral doors groaned open. By themselves. A gust of air swept in, not cold but ancient, scentless, heavy. Kale stepped in front of her, his body tense. From the shadows beyond the altar, a figure emerged. Not a hunter, not a ghost. Something else, tall. Hooded, its face was a smooth sheet of stone carved with eyes that didn't blink. "You don't belong here," it said. Its voice was neither male nor female, but something like stone grinding beneath earth. "Who are you?" Lyra demanded. "The Keeper. This city remembers what others forget." Kale snarled. "Then let it forget us." "It cannot. You bring chaos, fire, bonded blood." "We didn't choose this," Lyra whispered. "The moon chose. The night obeys." The Keeper raised one hand, revealing a mark glowing on its palm. The same symbol now branded on Kale's chest, just above his heart. Lyra reached for him. "What did your bite awaken?" Kale's eyes widened as memory hit him like a blade. "Not a bond," he whispered. "A prophecy. One written in blood and moonlight." The Keeper vanished without movement, like wind fleeing flame. Silence returned, but something else had changed. The city no longer wanted them. It would not tolerate their presence much longer. In the belly of a ruined kingdom, beneath stained glass and secrets, prophecies stirred, not born of gods, but of monsters who dared to love. They left the cathedral at dawn, their bags half-packed and their hearts heavy. The streets of Knoxville were no longer silent. They pulsed. Buildings cracked as if exhaling, and in the broken cobblestones, veins of silver light spread like frost. The city had awakened, and it remembered them. "Every step feels heavier," Lyra murmured. "It's not weight," Kale said. "It's resistance. The city doesn't want us to leave." She reached for his hand, fingers intertwining like threads long frayed. "Then we'll make it want us gone." But as they walked, the streets betrayed them again, looping, twisting, rewriting themselves with every turn. What was once a straight path now coiled like a serpent, leading them to the same empty courtyard over and over again. And in that courtyard, beneath a shattered moon dial, stood the Keeper. Still. Waiting. "You cannot leave," it said. "Not until you remember." "We don't care about your riddles." Kale growled. "Let us go. You misunderstand. It's not me keeping you here, right? It's the bond you carry." Lyra stepped forward, her voice like steel wrapped in sorrow. "What do you mean?" "The bite was more than instinct. It was memory. What you feel is not new. You two have danced this story before." Kale's breath caught. "That's not possible." "You are soul-bound," the Keeper whispered. "Not just by blood, but by time. Each age, each life, you find each other again. Each time you burn the world to do it." "No," Lyra said. "This is the first time we—" But then she saw it. A vision, unbidden, like a shard of moonlight through stained glass. Another lifetime. She wore a gown soaked in battlefield ash. Kale stood bloodied, a crown of antlers broken in his hands. They kissed as fire consumed everything behind them. Lyra gasped. "What is this? Your truth. Why show us now?" Kale demanded. "Because this time something is different," the Keeper said. "The world remembers you too." Around them, whispers rose, not from mouths, but from stone, wind, earth. The city chanted their names like a curse long buried. "They'll come for us," Lyra said. "They already are," Kale replied. "But we're not who we were. This time, we ended our way." They fled the courtyard, the Keeper vanishing like mist behind them. The city groaned in protest, stone grinding against itself, buildings collapsing just behind their steps. When they reached the outer gates, gates that had never opened before, they found them wide. "It let us go," Kale said. "No," Lyra replied. "We forced its hand." And as they passed the threshold of the dying city, the mark on Kale's chest pulsed once, like a heartbeat shared between two souls too wild to ever be tamed. They did not escape Knoxville. They survived it. And that made them something the world had never seen before. Monsters who refused to forget love. The first shot rang out before the sun had time to rise. Kale tackled Lyra to the ground, the bullet biting through the bark of a twisted tree inches from her head. No warning. No mercy. The forest outside Knoxville was supposed to be quiet, forgotten land wrapped in mist. But now it pulsed with pursuit. "Hunters," Kale growled, low and dark. "Ours or yours?" Lyra whispered, fangs already descending. "Does it matter?" They ran again, weaving through shadows and roots, guided only by instinct and the need to survive. Behind them the forest hissed with movement, metal, snarls, the cold hum of magic used to track creatures like them. "They found us too fast," Lyra hissed. "Someone gave us up." Not someone, Kale said. Something. That city, it remembers, it speaks. For 3 nights, they ran. They slept in caves, drank from mossy stones, lived on the raw edge of fear. And every time Lyra closed her eyes, she saw it. Kale bleeding, her own hands bound, the past clawing its way into their present. They made camp beneath a withered canopy, the moon barely visible behind fog. Kale's ribs were bruised. Lyra had a shallow cut on her cheek. Still, they didn't rest. We can't keep running, Kale said. Then what? He met her eyes, something wild and exhausted burning in them. We become the storm they fear. Lyra hesitated. We're not killers. Not yet. We can't turn into what they say we are. Then we make a new story, he said. One where the monsters love and live. One where we write the ending. That night, Kale carved their plan into the dirt. Lyra refined it. They kissed once, soft, fleeting, full of pain. They moved at dawn. The vampire faction had set up a perimeter at the edge of Hollowmere Pass. The werewolves had claimed the cliffs above it. Neither knew the other was so close, but both knew Kale and Lyra would come this way eventually. They didn't expect them to come from below. You remember how to shift without losing yourself? Lyra asked, pressing her forehead to Kale's. Only when you're close. He shifted. Slow, controlled. Bones cracked, muscles stretched, fur bloomed, and yet his eyes, when he looked at her, were still his. Together, they struck. From beneath the earth, Kale burst into the vampire camp, not to kill, but to scare, to scatter. Lyra moved in a blur, snatching weapons, disarming enchantments, erasing their trail. Then they did the same to the wolves above. A trail of confusion and chaos followed in their wake, neither side sure if they had been attacked or warned. Why didn't we kill them? Lyra asked when they regrouped. Because dead men tell no stories, Kale answered. But afraid men spread legends. That night they didn't run, they stayed in a hidden valley between warring worlds, firelight flickering across their tired faces. I never asked, Lyra murmured. What did you want before all this? Kale was quiet for a long time, a cabin, a forest, silence. And now, you, just you. She kissed him then, not out of desperation, not from fear, but from something deeper. Hope. For the first time, they didn't dream of the past. They dreamt of a future the world said they couldn't have, and for monsters like them, dreaming was the most dangerous act of all. It began with smoke. Thin threads at first, curling between tree limbs, clinging to moss and pine needles. Then came the bitter scent of ash. Not the wild kind, controlled, weaponized, conjured. Lyra stood at the edge of their hidden valley, her crimson eyes catching the shift in the wind. They're not tracking us, she whispered. They're flushing us out. Kale emerged from the shadows, already mid-shift, his voice gravel scraped clean. They've stopped hunting us, now they want us gone. The fire grew fast, enchanted flame licking across roots and boulders that shouldn't burn. The air thickened, breathing stung. We move now, he said. They want us to run, Lyra replied. We do the opposite. They sprinted into the smoke, using it as cover, their hands locked tight. Visibility dropped. The forest screamed, branches snapping, animals fleeing. Through the haze, glowing runes flared, wards placed to trap or maim anything with supernatural blood. Left! Kale roared, slamming Lyra down just before a sigil exploded overhead. Her ears rang. Her vision spun. They mean to kill us both, she said. Not capture, not punish, erase. Then we make them fail. They didn't run to escape. They ran to disrupt. Lyra fed on the heat around them, her strength sharpened by adrenaline and rising fear. Kale ripped through traps, triggered decoys, left behind false trails soaked in his blood. They moved like myth, ghosts between trees. By nightfall, the fire had consumed half the ridge, but they emerged burned but breathing. Camp came in a cave, carved from the bones of some ancient hill beast. The fire couldn't reach them here. Lyra's hands trembled as she pulled ash from Kale's tangled hair. This can't go on, she whispered. They'll never stop. We don't need forever, Kale said. Just one quiet place. One moment where they don't own us. She looked at him, really looked, and something inside her cracked wide. I love you, she said. No prelude, no apology. Kale didn't flinch. He leaned in, kissed her as if he might never get to again. Then let's stop running. That night, in a hollow where even the stars dared not look, they found each other in silence. Clothes peeled away, not in haste but reverence. Each kiss, a vow. Each touch, a rebellion. Kale's body trembled as if holding back the moon itself. Lyra melted beneath him, all sharpness dulled by the weight of his need. He worshipped her scars, she bared her soul. Their union was not gentle, but it was sacred. There were no monsters there. No hunters, no packs or clans or rules, just them. And in the flickering candlelight, their shadows moved as one. The fire could chase them, the world could curse them, but in that moment, Kale and Lyra did the unthinkable. They loved without fear. The world was quiet after the storm. Outside the cave, the trees still smoldered. A soft, dying glow lingered on the horizon where fire had kissed the land too deeply to let go. But inside, Kale and Lyra remained untouched by everything but each other. Dawn broke silver and low, washing across tangled limbs and sweat-damp skin. Lyra lay on her side, watching Kale sleep. His chest rose and fell with a rhythm that calmed her pulse. He looked softer in sleep, less like the beast the world feared, more like the man she'd fallen into. "How are you real?" she whispered. Kale stirred. His golden eyes opened slowly, lazily, but when they landed on her, they sharpened with something heavy and infinite. "I could ask you the same." She kissed his shoulder, tracing the old scars that mapped his back like constellations. Each one had a story. Some he'd told her, others she wasn't sure he remembered. "We should go farther," she said after a while. "Beyond their reach, beyond even memory. There's no such place. Then we make one." They left the cave just before noon, cloaked in new purpose. The wind carried the scent of damp ash and rebirth. They traveled lightly, just a pack of essentials and each other. No past, no flag, no name. The first town they reached was called Braith Hollow, small, forgotten, suspicious of strangers. They walked in separately. Kale entered through the southern fields, offering coin for shelter and labor. Lyra arrived under night's veil, slipping through alleys, gathering whispers like silk. They met in secret. By the second night, they had a plan. Kale worked with the lumber hands, heavy labor, sweat, silence, no questions asked. Lyra charmed her way into the apothecary, her touch gentle, her knowledge of herbs too perfect to be questioned. They didn't speak during the day, didn't risk being seen together. But each night, when the town slept and the moon rose, they returned to each other, two shadows stitched together in the dark. Kale brought her bread baked by calloused hands. Lyra brought him vials of potion to dull the ache in his bones. "You make me want things I shouldn't," he whispered one night, lying beside her on a bed of hay and old quilts. "Like what?" "Like peace. Like waking up next to you and forgetting who I used to be." She reached for his hand, then forget. But Braith Hollow wasn't blind, nor was it deaf. By the 6th day, rumors bloomed, whispers of strange strength, of a woman with eyes like dusk, of a man who turned the wind with his rage. A letter arrived. No name, just a mark, a crescent fang inked in blood. "They've found us," Kale said, staring at the parchment. "Not yet," Lyra said. "But they will." That night, they didn't sleep. They stood at the edge of town, hand in hand, watching shadows move behind curtained windows. If they had to flee again, they would. But for now, the stars still lingered, and the night had not yet closed its jaws. They should have run. Kale knew it the moment he smelled the blood, not the sharp, coppery tang of a fresh wound. This was older, steeped in magic, laced with memory. The scent clung to the letter's edges, invisible ink soaked in curse work only the old ones still practiced. Lyra sat beside him on the floor of their borrowed attic room, her face lit only by the candle flickering between them. She had seen the symbol before. "It's from the Council of Fangs," she whispered. "And the blood?" Kale asked. "Mine." The candle hissed as if reacting to her words. Lyra didn't flinch, but Kale felt something coiled tightly inside him, like a rope about to snap. "They're not sending warnings anymore," she said. "This is a calling. They're invoking blood memory. They're ordering me home to die." Kale growled, low and guttural. "You're not going anywhere near them. If I don't respond, they'll send a hunter. If I run, they'll send 10. "Let them," he snarled. "I'll rip through them all." She touched his face, thumb stroking the scar beneath his eye. "I know you would, but it won't stop with us. They'll burn Braith Hollow, salt the earth, and call it justice." Silence thickened between them. Then Kale spoke, voice iron hard. "Then we end it. We stop running." "How?" "We give them a story they can't twist." By dawn, Kale had carved a symbol into the trees just outside town. a declaration of blood-forged union between enemies, a mark of rebellion. Lyra watched as he bled into the bark, mixing his essence with hers. They'll come for this. Good. They prepared the village the only way they knew how, not with speeches but with shadows. Kale buried sigils under the earth, crafted from silver and wolfsbane. Lyra slipped protection into the townspeople's tea, spoke soft charms into their bedsheets and doorways. They didn't say what was coming. They didn't need to. By the second night, the air grew sharp. By the third, it shattered. They arrived at midnight. Figures in robes, faces hidden, moving through Braith Hollow like a funeral procession. Vampires and wolves, an alliance forged in hate. An impossible coalition to stop an even more impossible love. Kale met them at the edge of the field. Lyra stood at his side, her eyes glowing like twin moons. No disguises, no lies. You sent for me, she called into the wind. We sent for justice, came the voice from the trees. You brought shame. Kale stepped forward, muscles tensed beneath his skin. You'll have to kill me to take her. That was always the plan. The ground cracked beneath them. Battle began like thunder, sudden and absolute. But they weren't prey anymore. Kale fought like a force of nature, all teeth and fury. Lyra danced through shadows, her hands glowing with hexfire, her heart thundering in perfect rhythm with his. Bodies fell. Screams broke the silence. The village remained untouched, protected by the love that had made them fugitives. In the end, only 3 stood: Lyra, Kale, and the one figure who hadn't moved. A woman in gold, her skin pale as marble, eyes black as a void. You made your choice, she said, voice echoing through their bones. You chose love over loyalty. That is your legacy now. She turned her back, vanished into the mist. And just like that, it was over, or so it seemed. Because love like theirs never ends quietly. It burns, and in its wake, the world is forced to change. The wind carried the scent of ash for days. The field outside Braith Hollow had been wiped clean by fire and fury. Bodies had vanished into the soil, burned or buried by forces neither Lyra nor Kale could name. But something remained behind, something quieter and heavier. They had won. But it didn't feel like victory. Lyra stood barefoot in the field, the hem of her dress soaked from morning dew. She pressed her palm to the scorched earth where the councilwoman had vanished. No trace, no threat, just silence. Kale approached from behind, his hand brushing her back. You shouldn't be out here alone. I'm not, she replied, leaning into his touch. Not anymore. They stayed there for a while, watching the morning burn into day. The sun was pale but real, fighting to break through the haze. They'll come again, Kale muttered, different faces, same hate. Then we keep moving. No, she said, we stop. Kale turned to her, his brow furrowed. Here? She shook her head. Not here, but somewhere that isn't a hiding place. Somewhere we can build something real. A home. Lyra nodded. I'm tired of running, Kale. Tired of surviving. I want to live with you. That night, they didn't sleep. They packed what little they had and slipped out before dawn. No goodbyes. The villagers had known who they were all along, and no one tried to stop them. Some watched from windows, others from shadows, but no voice called out. The silence was a gift. They found it 2 weeks later, a ruined manor deep in a forgotten valley, where vines had swallowed stone and the woods whispered without menace. It was broken, wild, untouched, perfect. They made it theirs. By day, Kale rebuilt with bare hands, turning rot to warmth, stone to sanctuary. By night, Lyra wove spells through the walls, protection, charms sewn into beams and doorframes. They didn't need walls to keep others out anymore. They needed them to keep love in. One evening, as dusk bled across the sky and the fire crackled softly, Kale took her hand. We could be hunted again. Then let them come. You might regret this. Kale, she said, her voice like velvet and smoke. I died the day I was turned. You brought me back to life. His breath caught. Then stay, he whispered. I'm already yours. He carried her to the bedroom they had built with laughter and sweat, not as a prisoner and not as a secret, but as a man who had burned the world just to hold her. She undressed him slowly, reverently, as if peeling back layers of grief and rage. He touched her like a sinner memorizing scripture, with hands that once only knew how to destroy, now learning the art of worship. Their mouths met like thunderclouds. Their bodies aligned like constellations. There was no fear, no hesitation, only fire and flesh. only whispers of things that would never be said aloud, etched into skin and breath. Time unraveled. Their love consumed the room. It was not gentle, it was not cruel, it was necessary. And when they lay together afterward, tangled in each other's arms, Kale kissed her bare shoulder and whispered into her skin, "If the world burns again, let it, as long as I burn beside you." Because some love stories are written not in ink, but in blood and moonlight. Years passed. Seasons shifted like the slow turning of a page in a forgotten book, and somewhere deep in the valley, the manor stood, alive, quiet, whole. Kale's hands bore the marks of time, but his strength never wavered. Lyra's eyes, once rimmed with exhaustion, now glowed with something softer. Peace wasn't always silent. Sometimes it was messy, wild, but it was theirs. They had carved a life from the ruins, beyond war, beyond bloodlines, beyond what they were told they should be. Stories began to spread in hushed tones, about a place no map dared name, where a wolf and a vampire lived not in battle, but in devotion. Some claimed it was a lie, a fairy tale conjured by fools and romantics. Others whispered of sightings, of a woman with hair like ink and a man who moved like shadow, both vanishing into the forest before a second glance. No one found them. No one ever would. Because they didn't want to be found. Kale sat by the fire one night, a book open but unread in his lap. Lyra curled beside him, her head resting on his chest, listening to the rhythm of a heart that once belonged to a killer, now beating only for her. "Do you miss it?" she asked softly. "The running, the chaos." He thought for a long time. "I miss who we were then, but I love who we are now." She smiled. "Even though the world still hates what we are, the world doesn't matter, it never did." She tilted her head to look up at him, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "Do you ever wonder what our story will become, how they'll tell it after we're gone?" "They'll twist it," he said with a grin. "Make me the villain again, make you the temptress. And still," she whispered, "they'll want what we had." He kissed her slowly, deeply, like he had all the time in the world. Because he did. Here, in this place with her, time bowed to them. They weren't running anymore. They were legend. They were the nightmare the monsters told their children, and the dream lovers whispered about in candlelight. A myth, a warning, a promise. They loved in defiance of blood and moonlight, and the world was never the same. This next tale blends fantasy and fire. A journey where hearts are tested, and monsters aren't always what they seem. The wind howled like the ghosts of the children he had buried. It scraped over the mountain's frozen edges, tearing at the trees, whispering their names through the dark canopy like lullabies forgotten. The snow had long covered the place where they died, but he remembered every detail. The scorch marks on the soil, the charred bones too small to belong to anything but cubs. The scent of smoke still lived behind his eyes. He had carried their ashes in a cloth satchel sewn with trembling hands, kept close to his chest until the wind claimed them, scattering them across the cliffside he once called home. Now the forest was silent when he passed. The trees knew what he was, and so did the villagers. He'd taken 5. 5 of them had screamed. 5 of them had bled beneath his claws. Not quickly, not kindly. He made sure their deaths were echoes of the one they gave his family, cruel, loud, meaningless, and he would take more, one by one, until the village forgot how to sleep. Tonight, the fire burned low in the cave where he slept. It flickered against the stone walls, dancing over the strange new figure huddled in the corner. A woman, bound, mouth gagged, eyes burning with fury and confusion. He watched her from the shadows like a starving wolf watches a deer that's too wounded to run. She was not his next kill. Not yet. He hadn't decided what she was. He had found her not far from the village's edge, collecting firewood alone, stupid enough to walk beneath the bleeding light of a full moon. He had meant to scare her, maybe even tear her apart. But something in the way she looked at him had stalled his hand. Not fear. Something sharper. Something sadder. He hated it. "You're awake," he growled from the fire's edge. His voice was low, broken from disuse. She did not respond, only narrowed her eyes as if memorizing his face in case she lived long enough to curse it. He crouched before her slowly, gaze fixed. "You're not one of them. Not really. Not yet. But you came from their village." No reply. "You smell of wood smoke and regret. Do they send you to the forest as punishment, or do you do it to get away from them? Still nothing. I wonder, he murmured, how long it will take before you beg. He didn't know why he said it. He didn't even want her to beg. He wanted her to scream, to curse, to ask why, to accuse. But she remained silent. It unnerved him more than anything else ever had. That night he didn't touch her, he didn't hurt her, he didn't even threaten her again. He sat by the fire, back turned, speaking into the flames as if she wasn't there. They burned my den with my sons inside, he said quietly. They said it was justice, that I was a beast pretending to be a man. He said no more. When he rose to his feet and left her there, bound and furious, the flames had nearly died out. Outside, snow fell silently on the earth like a blanket of bone dust, and beneath it all, the forest held its breath. In the stillness between hatred and hunger, something old began to stir. He returned at dusk, carrying the corpse of a rabbit in one hand, his clawed fingers bloodied and raw. The woman hadn't moved from her corner. She was still bound at the ankles and wrists, but her back was straighter now, her chin higher, and when his heavy boots scraped against the cave floor, she didn't flinch. She watched him, like she had questions, like she wanted to ask them. But most of all, like she refused to be afraid. He dropped the rabbit with a wet slap onto the stone and crouched near the fire, building it back up with slow, practiced motions. He didn't speak for a while. Only the pop and hiss of sap-cracked logs broke the silence. He wondered if she thought he was going to skin her instead. He wondered if part of her wanted him to. "You looked at me," he finally said. "When I took you. You looked straight into my eyes. Do you know what kind of beast does that? Not prey, not villagers, warriors." He turned toward her slowly. "But you're not a warrior, are you?" Still no reply. Her jaw clenched around the cloth gag. He narrowed his eyes, then crossed the short distance between them in 2 strides. He knelt and untied the gag with swift, practiced fingers. Her lips were cracked, her throat dry. Still, she didn't beg. She didn't scream. She whispered, hoarse but defiant, "You can kill me. Just don't talk to me like I'm your priest." His mouth twitched, a smile, but not a kind one. "I don't believe in gods," he replied. She looked at him like she wanted to spit on his boots, and something about that stirred him in ways he didn't care to name. He rose, tossed her a flask of water, and said nothing else until the rabbit was skewered and turning over the fire. The scent filled the cave, thick and greasy and warm. Her stomach growled against her will. He heard it, of course he did. "You'll eat tonight," he said, "and you'll listen. I don't want your stories." "That's too bad," he said, turning the meat slowly. "You're going to hear them anyway." The flames flickered across his face. His voice dropped low, almost like confession, almost like ritual. "The first life I ever took wasn't a man. It was my own brother. He had the sickness, the kind that rots the mind. He changed one night, tried to claw out my mother's throat. I ripped out his heart before he finished his howl." She stared. He didn't flinch either. "I was 14. A silence settled between them, crackling and hot. He met her gaze again. His eyes, so inhuman they almost glowed in the firelight, searched her for something. Pity, anger, horror, anything. But there was nothing, just that steady, defiant quiet. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. "Because you'll either leave here knowing who I am, or you'll die with my truth in your bones. You talk like you want someone to punish you." His expression flickered. "Maybe I do." The fire snapped loudly. Outside, wind moaned through the pines like a mourning mother. She shifted, adjusting her wrists where the ropes bit into her skin. "What's your name?" she asked, surprising them both. He stared at her. Really stared. "I'm the thing they whisper about after dark," he said. "I asked for a name," she pressed. A pause. Then low, "Therein." It was the first true thing he'd said all day. She nodded as if tucking the word somewhere safe inside her. "And yours?" he asked. "Why should I give it to you?" "Because I gave you mine." Another pause. Then, Ira. They sat across from one another like strangers in a church of smoke and bone, and though neither of them smiled, something cracked, small, dangerous, new. Between predator and prisoner, a name can be a prayer or a curse. Ira no longer screamed in her sleep. She'd spent the first few nights dreaming of the abduction, of teeth in the dark, of a hand over her mouth, of branches clawing at her face as he dragged her through the forest like she weighed nothing. But now, Now she dreamed of firelight. A voice, low and graveled, confessing sins no one else had heard. Theron never touched her. Not once. He brought her food, spoke into the dark like he was half wolf, half ghost. And every night, he peeled away another piece of his pain. Tonight, the ropes were looser. She hadn't earned it. She hadn't asked. But still, when he entered, she noticed her wrists weren't as raw as the night before. He dropped another hair beside the fire. He didn't look at her right away. "There's a scar," he said, sitting down, "over my heart. It splits the fur in a jagged line, blacker than the rest, ugly." She shifted slightly, letting her fingers test the knots behind her back. Still tied, but not cruelly. "A battle wound?" she asked, surprised at herself. "No," he said, "a betrayal." His voice was flat, hollow, too quiet. "By who?" "Someone I once loved." The words tasted bitter in his mouth. She could tell. He stared into the flames, jaw tight. She was human. Era blinked. Theron's lip curled, not quite a snarl, more like a ghost of one. "She knew what I was, claimed it didn't matter, said I was her monster and she loved me for it." He shook his head once, sharp. "But when the village turned on us, when they came for my sons, she led them." She stood at the mouth of the den and pointed. Era's breath caught. He looked at her, and for the first time since they'd met, she saw the naked wound in his gaze. Not the one across his chest, the one carved into his soul. "She said I corrupted her children," he whispered, "that I deserved to burn." Era didn't speak. She didn't know how to fill that silence. It was too heavy, too sacred. Theron pulled down the collar of his shirt, revealing the edge of the scar. Even in the low light, she saw how twisted the flesh was, how deep it had once been. "She tried to drive a silver blade through my heart," he said. "Missed by half an inch." "I'm sorry," she said softly. "Don't be," he muttered. "I don't tell you these things for pity. I want you to understand I'm not the monster they made me out to be." "But you are a monster," she said carefully. He didn't deny it. "Yes," he admitted, "but I wasn't always." The fire crackled and the shadows swayed along the stone. Era leaned forward slightly, eyes never leaving his. "Why me, Theron?" The name hung in the space between them like a fragile ribbon. "Why take me?" He didn't answer right away. Then, after a moment, "Because you didn't scream." "That can't be the only reason." His gaze dropped. "Because you remind me of who I was before," she swallowed. Her heart beat a little too hard. "Before what?" "Before grief made me a weapon." His voice shook just a little. "And now?" she asked. He looked up. Their eyes locked. Something dangerous stirred there. "Now, I don't know whether I want to protect you or destroy everything that threatens you." Her chest tightened. She didn't know what terrified her more, being his prisoner or being something precious to him. The scar over his heart hadn't healed, but tonight, something inside him did, just enough to bleed. The moon hung low, swollen with memory. Theron hadn't returned all day. Era paced the length of the cave, her hands finally free. He'd left her unbound that morning without a word. No food, no threats, just a look, unreadable and distant, and the sound of his footsteps vanishing into the forest. The silence unnerved her more than his presence ever had. By dusk, the wind turned violent. It moaned through the cracks in the stone like a wounded animal, carrying with it a copper tang that made her stomach twist. Blood. Fresh. She stared at the entrance of the cave, a question blooming in her chest she didn't want to name. Had he gone back to kill again? She sat near the fire, pulling her knees into her chest. The flames danced shadows across the walls, and her thoughts slipped back to the scar he had shown her, to the way he said her name, like it hurt to say, like it was the only thing keeping him tethered. When the cave's mouth finally darkened with his return, she stood too quickly. He didn't speak. Blood soaked the front of his shirt. His face was smeared with it. Not his own. Era didn't flinch. Theron dropped something at her feet. A torn cloak. Villager cloth. A child's. "They killed her too," he rasped. "Who?" she asked softly, barely above the crackling of the fire. "The healer," he said. "She helped my youngest when he had fever. She was the only one who ever looked at me like I was still a man. They burned her in her hut, alive." His voice cracked. "Why?" Ira whispered. He knelt in front of the fire, hands trembling. "Because I spoke her name," he said. "Because I remembered her. That was enough." A long silence settled between them, thick with ash and fury. Then she moved, slowly, carefully. She reached for the cloth on his chest, damp with blood, and pressed it aside. Not to judge him, not to clean him, to feel his heartbeat. He froze under her hand, his eyes closed. "Do you still want to kill them all?" she asked. He didn't answer. "Or do you want to stop hurting?" He turned his face to hers, and there was something feral in his expression, but not violent. Desperate. Fractured. "I don't know how," he whispered. "Then let me help you." His hands came up to grip her wrists, not rough, but as if anchoring himself to the only softness he could find. "Why?" he asked. "You should hate me." "I did," she said. "But you never touched me. You fed me. You spoke to me like I was real. And now, I see you." His chest heaved. Outside, the wind screamed. Inside, he broke. And then, without warning, Theron tipped his head back and let out a howl so guttural, so heart-racked, it shook the cave walls. It wasn't a roar of dominance. It wasn't a threat. It was mourning. It was surrender. It was her name. And in that moment, she understood. He didn't howl because he was a beast. He howled because no one had ever listened to his pain. Theron hadn't spoken since the howl. He sat by the cave wall, hunched, broken in a way that no claw or blade could inflict. The silence that followed wasn't cruel, it was raw, like the stillness after a wound splits open and you haven't bled yet. Era didn't try to speak into it. She just sat nearby, close enough for him to feel her presence, far enough not to scare it away. The storm outside had passed by morning, but inside him it raged. She watched as he finally stood, each movement deliberate, heavy. He pulled his blood-stained shirt over his head and tossed it into the fire. Era saw it then, the scar wide and jagged across his chest, as if the world itself had tried to carve him open and failed. "Do you want to go home?" he asked, voice hollow. She blinked, unsure if she heard right. "You're not keeping me anymore?" "I was never really keeping you," he said. "Just waiting to see if you'd run." "And now?" He didn't look at her. "Now I don't think I'd chase you if you did." Her heart twisted. She rose, stepping toward him. "What if I stayed?" That got his attention. His eyes lifted slowly to meet hers. "You'd stay here, with me, in this ruin of a man?" "I'd stay," she whispered, "because the man beneath the ruin still knows what mercy is." He flinched, as if the word cut deeper than any blade. "I don't deserve mercy." "No one does," she said. "That's why it's mercy." He turned from her, fists clenched. "I can't stop. The rage, it eats me. I see them, the ones who cheered while my sons burned. I taste their names in my throat. I want to tear them apart." "Then tear me apart," she said, stepping closer. "If violence is all you have, then use it on me, because I see who you are underneath it. You're not a killer, Theron. You're a father who lost too much. A man with no one left to cry for him." He trembled like a dam about to break. "If I stop, they win." "No," she said, brushing her hand to his chest, to the scar. "If you stop, you win." He stared at her, stunned, and then he fell. Not physically, but something inside him collapsed. His knees stayed firm, but his breath broke apart, and his arms came up like a shield, not to protect himself, but to keep from reaching for her. Ira stepped into them anyway. She let him hold her. He didn't kiss her, didn't touch her like a man craving flesh. He held her like she was the first warmth he'd felt in years. Like he didn't know whether to weep or thank her or vanish entirely. "Will you stay?" he whispered, almost too softly to hear. "I already am," she replied. And in the quiet between heartbeats, mercy tasted like something he'd never thought he'd find again. Hope. The days grew longer after that night. Or maybe time just started stretching differently, like it had learned to move around them instead of through them. Theron no longer vanished without warning. He stayed, sometimes sitting by the fire with his back to her, sometimes close enough for his presence to warm her skin. Always quiet, but no longer cold. He had not hunted since. Not the villagers, not her. There was a gentleness now, quiet, accidental. He cooked without speaking, leaving the food near her with a nod. She ate beside him one evening in silence, the two of them surrounded by the scent of roasted root vegetables and damp stone. His hand brushed hers when he passed her a cup of water. Neither of them moved away. "I used to laugh," he murmured suddenly. Ira looked up. "What?" "Before the fire, before the screaming." His eyes stayed on the flames. "I used to laugh so hard I'd scare birds out of the trees. My wife told me I had a wolf's joy, too big for my chest." "What was her name?" Ira asked. softly. "I don't say it anymore," he said. "Some things are too sacred to speak once they're gone." She nodded. She understood. Some griefs didn't want witnesses. "My son," he went on, "was born with a limp. The villagers whispered, said it was punishment, that no wolf should breed with a human. I should have left then, but I wanted him to grow up safe." "You stayed because you loved him," Ira said. "I stayed because I was a coward once," he corrected. "Because I wanted peace so badly, I ignored the smell of smoke on the wind." His voice cracked, just barely. A fracture in the stone. "You're not a coward," she said. "I am, but I'm a coward who's tired of blood." Ira turned to look at him fully. The fire painted shadows on his jaw, across the line of his throat, down the scar that still looked freshly carved. She reached out, hesitating only a moment, and placed her hand on his chest. He stilled. His heartbeat was fast, but not wild, not afraid. "You don't have to burn the world down to honor them," she whispered. "You just have to survive." He looked down at her hand on him. Then, slowly, he placed his over hers. "You say that like surviving isn't the hardest thing I've ever done." "I say that because it is," she said. They sat like that for a long time. The fire crackled low. Outside, the world forgot to be cruel for a few minutes. And when she finally withdrew her hand, his followed, reluctant, like his body hadn't agreed to let go yet. He didn't ask her to stay. She didn't ask to leave. But as the night deepened and sleep took him curled near the fire, Ira knew something had changed. His rage had loosened its grip, just enough to let her in. Theron didn't stir as dawn crept into the cave. For the first time since she'd been taken, Ira woke before him. She sat up slowly, watching the rise and fall of his chest. The fire had died down to embers, soft and orange like dying stars. He was turned slightly away, hair falling into his face, brow smooth in sleep. There was no tension in his jaw, no grinding teeth, no clenched fists, just peace. Strange, beautiful peace. She had come to know his nightmares. They used to come like clockwork. Every time his body surrendered to rest, he'd wake with a start, panting, sometimes snarling, sometimes weeping so silently she could barely tell if it was grief or rage. But that morning there had been no screaming, no thrashing, only breathing. She wondered what dream had found him instead. Era moved carefully, wrapping the furs around her shoulders as she walked to the cave's entrance. A cold wind kissed her skin, but the view took the chill from her bones. Mist floated through the trees. Pale light filtered down like silver threads between branches. Birds called from deep within the forest, tentative and hopeful. It was beautiful, heartbreakingly so. As if the world didn't know what kind of man slept behind her. Or maybe it did, and it chose to forgive him anyway. "You didn't run," came his voice behind her, low and rough from sleep. Era didn't turn. She just smiled faintly. "You didn't chain me last night. Didn't need to." She looked back at him. He stood barefoot at the mouth of the cave, arms crossed loosely over his chest, eyes tired but soft. "You slept," she said. "I did." "No dreams?" "One," he admitted. "I was human again, at a river. My boys were playing in the shallows. My mate called out to me and I turned, but I couldn't see her face. Just a blur of warmth." He paused. "And you were there, standing at the edge of the woods, watching." Ira's breath caught in her throat. "Was I part of it?" "You didn't speak," he said. "But it felt like you belonged there, like you'd always been there." Neither spoke for a moment. Then Theron stepped toward her, slowly, like the forest might vanish if he moved too fast. "I haven't dreamed of them in years," he said, voice low. "They stopped coming after I started hunting." "Maybe they were waiting," she whispered. "Waiting for you to come back to yourself." He looked down, swallowed hard. "You make me feel like something more than this." "Then what?" "Then a ghost of a man dragging blood behind him." Era reached for his hand. He let her take it. "You're not a ghost, Theron," she said. "You're still bleeding. That means you're still alive." He squeezed her hand like he believed her. "Just a little." "Will you stay by the river next time?" he asked. "In the dream?" "Only if you ask. I'm asking." And in the hush of morning, with blood on their pasts and silence in their wounds, Ira realized that healing wasn't a scream or a scar. It was a man dreaming of a river and asking her to stay. The path was hidden, overgrown with vines and shadow, but Theron walked it like memory lived in his bones. Era followed in silence, their steps muffled by moss and damp earth. She had no idea where he was taking her, only that something heavy hung around his shoulders like a storm waiting to break. The woods were eerily quiet, not with threat but reverence, as if even the trees knew not to speak here. "We're close," Theron said, voice hollow. Era caught a flicker of something in his tone, hesitation, pain, maybe fear. She stayed close. Then the trees parted. What remained was a ruin, half swallowed by nature. The burned-out frames of homes, blackened stone walls cracked and crumbling, twisted metal where fire had melted iron gates. It might have once been a village or a sanctuary. Now it was a scar. "This is where they died," Theron said, stepping into the clearing. Era's breath caught. He moved slowly, walking through the remnants like a ghost retracing old wounds. He crouched beside a pile of stone and ash, brushing away the dirt to reveal a small, charred wooden carving. A wolf. "I made this for him," Theron murmured. "Before he could even shift, said it would protect him until he could grow fangs of his own." He didn't cry. Ira wished he would. "The humans said it was cursed," he continued, voice quieter. "Said wolves didn't belong among them. I begged. I pleaded. My mate, she hid the boys, but they found them anyway, burned it all." He stood, the carving clutched in his hand like a fragile memory. "They left me alive," he said. "Said that was punishment enough." Era stepped forward, placing a hand on his back. He didn't flinch. "That wasn't mercy," she said. "That was cruelty." "No," he said softly. This is the cruelty. Me bringing you here. Me still not knowing whether I want revenge or redemption." She turned him to face her. "You don't have to choose yet." "But I do," he said, jaw clenched. "Because the longer I stay in between, the more I lose both." "Then why bring me here?" she asked. "Why let me see this pain?" His eyes, wild and golden, softened. "Because if I don't show you my ruins," he whispered, "you'll never know how much of me you're saving." The wind picked up, swirling ash and leaves around them like ghosts dancing. Era looked around at the remains, then back at him. "Let them rest," she said. "Let them live in your memory, not in your vengeance." "And what do I live for?" "You live for what's still here." She placed a hand over his heart. "You live for me." Theron stared at her for a long moment. Then he tucked the carving into her hand. "Then carry him with you," he said. "So I never forget who I was, or what you've made me want to be." And as they stood among the ashes, a wolf and the woman he didn't mean to love, the forest held its breath. For perhaps, just this once, the past would not drag the living down with it. That night, the moon was full. It hung low and swollen in the sky, casting silver over the forest, catching the edges of leaves like blades. Era stood at the edge of the stream outside the cave, listening to the hush of water over rock, the lull of nocturnal life awakening. Behind her, she could feel Theron. He hadn't approached yet, but his presence stirred the air, made the hairs on her arms lift. "You shouldn't be this close when I shift," he warned softly. She turned to face him. "I'm not afraid." "You should be." He stepped from the trees, shirtless, barefoot, his body lean and scarred and powerful. But it was his eyes that made her breath catch. They were brighter than usual, glowing faintly gold in the moonlight, the wolf in him closer to the surface than ever before. "It's harder to stay human tonight," he confessed. "Everything in me pulls toward the beast." "Then let me stay with you," she said. "Don't run into the woods alone." His jaw tightened. "If I lose control, you won't." She stepped closer. He didn't move. "Theron," she whispered, "I've seen the monster in you, and I've seen the man. You've never hurt me." He looked down at her, trembling. "But I've wanted to," he admitted. "Not to harm you, never that, but to keep you, cage you, mark you, make you mine so completely you'd forget the life you had before me." Era swallowed, heart pounding. "And now?" "Now I want to be worthy of you." She reached for his hand, lacing their fingers. "Then stay," she said. "Even if the wolf comes forward, stay." "I don't know what he'll do." "Then let me see him." The transformation began with a breath. A shudder moved through Theron's frame, his muscles twitching, his spine bowing. His hands gripped the earth. Bones shifted, limbs stretched, fur burst from skin. It was violent and graceful, like the forest tearing itself open to reveal something ancient beneath. And then he stood before her, tall, massive, fur black as midnight, eyes like molten gold. His breath steamed in the cold, his claws dug into the soil, and yet he did not move. Ira stepped forward, slowly. She lifted her hand, pressed it to his muzzle. He leaned into it. Not a growl, not a snarl, just a low, almost inaudible sound, like a sigh that had waited a lifetime to be released. "You're still you," she whispered. The wolf bowed his head. And when he shifted back, trembling and naked and gasping on the forest floor, she knelt beside him and wrapped him in the blanket she'd brought. "I didn't lose control," he said hoarsely. "No," she murmured. "You gave it up." He looked at her, eyes wet. "Why do you stay?" "Because you let me see the worst of you," she said, "and all I want now is to find the rest." And beneath the light of the moon, where monsters gave way to men, she kissed the beast and found only tenderness in his teeth. Darren didn't return from his patrol by dawn. Ira waited by the fire, her heart steadily unraveling with each hour that passed. The sun crawled up through the misted trees, lighting the cave mouth in pale gold, but no figure emerged, no soft crunch of boots on dirt. She paced, sat, stood again. Her pulse refused calm. "Please don't make me go looking for you," she whispered into the stillness. But when the day reached its zenith and he still hadn't come back, she did. The forest was quiet, too quiet. Birds absent, the air thick. Ira followed his scent, faint as it was, down the well-trodden path he always took to the western ridge. That's when she saw the blood. It marked the moss in splatters, dark and drying, leading toward a small gully. She froze. Her breath caught in her throat. "Darren," she scrambled down the incline. At the bottom she found him, barely conscious, bound in silver-threaded wire that burned angry red into his skin. His body was a ruin of wounds, fur soaked crimson where the beast still clung to his form in patches. "Era," he rasped. She dropped to her knees beside him. "Who did this?" "Hunters," he croaked. "Not from the village, hired hands. Silver traps, magic, I didn't see them." His voice faltered, his eyes fluttering. Era tried to tear the wires away, but her fingers burned with contact. "Stop," he gasped. "It'll hurt you." "Let it," she hissed. "Let it hurt me. I'm not leaving you like this." "You should." "I won't." With her teeth clenched, she tore a length of fabric from her dress, wrapped it around her hands, and worked at the wire. Her palms blistered beneath the cloth, the silver fighting her at every turn, but she didn't stop. Finally, the last coil came free. Darren collapsed into her arms, shuddering. "They're watching," he warned weakly. "They'll follow the scent." "Let them," she whispered. "Let them come." She dragged him slowly, painfully, back to the cave. By the time the moon rose, he lay fevered and shaking on the furs. She tended his wounds with trembling hands, boiled herbs she barely recognized, whispered reassurances through the night. He didn't wake until dawn. "You came for me," he murmured. "Of course I did. Even knowing what I've done? Even if you never told me another truth again." His eyes searched her face, haunted. "Then I have to tell you this," he whispered. "There's more coming. Not just hunters, a purge. The village wants to erase everything with wolf blood. They've seen you with me." Her stomach turned to ice. "Then we run," she said. "We fight." "No," she said fiercely. "Not yet. You're not ready, and I'm not losing you now. I don't deserve you. That's not your choice to make." And as dawn spilled across his ruined skin, she realized love wasn't born in safe places, it was forged in fire. And this time, she'd burn for him if she had to. The cave was quiet, but not with peace. It was the hush of something unspoken pressing between them, of danger circling, of hearts too full to speak plainly. Darren stirred, propped against the cave wall, the bruises along his ribs yellowing, his breathing easier now. Era sat nearby, wrapping a poultice with steady fingers. But her eyes kept drifting to him, as afraid he'd vanish again. "You should sleep," he murmured. "So should you." He watched her, his gaze heavy. "You could have run when they came for me." "You could have killed me that first night," she replied without looking up. "But we both did something foolish. Fell in love, trusted each other." The air crackled. Neither dared name what had bloomed between them. Not completely. Not yet. Ira set the poultice down, then stood and approached him slowly. The weight of their shared silence had become unbearable. Darren didn't move. His chest rose and fell with quiet restraint. "Tell me something," she said softly, kneeling beside him. "What do you want to know?" "What you were like before they took your children." He closed his eyes, swallowed. "Softer," he whispered. "Less cruel. I didn't always carry hate in my mouth. I laughed easier, slept through the night." "You still could." He opened his eyes, met hers. Not unless you're there. The confession stole the air between them. Era's hand found his. She didn't speak, not yet, but her fingers curved into his palm like they belonged there. Why me? She finally asked. Because you looked at me like I was more than the monster they say I am. You are. He shook his head faintly. Not always. She leaned in closer, her lips just a breath away from his jaw. But you want to be. That night, he didn't kiss her. That night, he didn't touch her beyond the press of her hand in his. But that night, he held her as she slept, the woman he'd once intended to torment, and he memorized the way her body curved into his. He memorized the rhythm of her breath and the warmth of her skin. He thought of all he could lose if he let revenge keep ruling him. And in the hush of the early hours, he made a choice that terrified him. I'll burn the past, he whispered against her hair, if it means I get to keep you. Because love wasn't meant to be a cage, but a fire that either consumed or saved them. A storm rolled in by morning. Rain lashed the forest in sheets, wild and furious. The cave echoed with the sound of water, the cold seeping into the stone walls. But inside, Era and Theron stayed close. He was healing faster now, still limping, still marked, but his eyes had sharpened. His skin no longer gray with fever. And with every passing hour, the distance between them closed. She no longer flinched when he brushed past her. He no longer hesitated to reach for her hand. But the storm wasn't the only thing approaching. By dusk, Theron's head snapped toward the entrance. They're here. Era rose to her feet. The villagers? No, someone worse. The scent hit her then, burnt pine, blood, iron. A second later, a voice echoed from outside the cave, cruel and slick. Brother, Theron's jaw clenched so tight it trembled. Stay behind me. He stepped out into the mouth of the cave. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, the forest slick and dripping. And there, cloaked in black, stood a man who looked like Theron, only leaner, paler, with a serpent's smile. Varen, Theron growled. You didn't think I'd let you run forever, did you? I told you I was done with your bloodlust, and I told you you'd never wash it off. Varen stepped forward. The humans killed your pups, yes, but you went soft. Found yourself a pretty thing, forgot the plan. Era stepped out behind Theron, ignoring his warning glare. What plan? Varen's gaze slid to her. He didn't tell you? Of course not. We were supposed to burn every village, cleanse the region, revenge for what they took from us. But he grew a conscience, grew a heart. He sneered. He fell in love. Leave her out of this, Theron snapped. Too late. Before Theron could react, Varen moved, a blur of shadow, claws drawn. But Theron met him mid-charge, and the clash shook the trees. They tore at each other, fangs bared, snarling like wild things. Ira screamed his name, watching them roll through the mud, through blood, through broken branches and bone. Theron was stronger, but Varen was crueler, and he fought with nothing left to lose. In the end, it was Ira who ended it. She seized a fallen branch sharpened by the fight and drove it through Varen's back as he raised a claw over Theron's chest. The impact cracked the air. Varen choked, slumped, and fell. The forest went silent again. Theron knelt in the mud, blood pouring from his shoulder, chest heaving. Ira dropped beside him, her hands shaking. You saved me. You saved me first, she whispered, again and again. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead to hers, their breaths mingling in the cool air. We can't stay here, he said. More will come. Then we run. They'll never stop hunting us. Then we don't stop running. And he kissed her, not desperate, not wild, but like a vow made in blood and thunder. Because if the world would burn for their love, then so be it. They would dance in the ashes together. They didn't look back. Through the dripping forest, over rocky slopes and shallow creeks, they moved as shadows, one limping, one steady, both bound by something deeper than survival. Something that could not be named in daylight without trembling. They crossed into the northern highlands by nightfall, where mist hugged the trees and the moon bled red above them. It's a bad omen, Theron murmured as they paused beside a gnarled tree. Or a sign, Ira said, her voice calm, that we're still alive. He turned to her, something like awe in his gaze. You keep finding light where I see only dark. Someone has to, she whispered. They found a hollowed ruin, a broken watchtower once belonging to forgotten kings. Ivy devoured its stone, and its roof had long since fallen, but it offered shelter. Era gathered what dry wood she could find, while Theron paced the perimeter, scenting the wind. "Do you think they'll find us?" she asked when he returned. Eventually, his gaze dropped, but not tonight. A fire crackled to life, and its glow painted her in gold and shadow. Theron sat across from her, the space between them humming like a live wire. "You never asked what I did before all this," he said suddenly. "I figured you'd tell me when you were ready. I was a father, a mate, a protector. I lived for peace. I hunted only to feed my family. I never tasted human blood until they made me watch my pups die." Ira didn't speak. Her breath caught behind her ribs. "That night, something inside me broke, not just my soul, something deeper, older." He looked at her, "And I swore I'd make them pay. But every time I hurt one of them, I didn't feel peace, only more emptiness." "Is that why you didn't hurt me?" "No." His voice was raw now. "I didn't hurt you because I couldn't." She moved toward him, slow, tentative, sat beside him, their shoulders brushing. "What do you feel now? Terrified? Of what?" "Of having something to lose again." The silence was thick, intimate. The fire popped softly beside them. "Then lose it," she said, barely a whisper. "Right here, right now." She reached for him, and he didn't stop her. When their lips met, it wasn't hungry, it wasn't desperate, it was reverent. His hands cradled her like she was something holy, and her fingers curled into his chest like she was anchoring herself to life. He kissed her like a man who thought he would never be kissed again. And she kissed him like he was something worth saving. They didn't speak again that night. There was only touch and breath and the rhythm of something ancient unfolding between them. Something that tasted like surrender, like healing, like a soul clawing back from the abyss. And beneath the fugitive's moon, they weren't hunted or haunted, just a man and a woman, breaking open in each other's arms. Dawn arrived quietly, creeping through the broken stones of the watchtower, casting long beams of gold across the tangled bodies resting within. Ira stirred first, her breath brushing against Theron's chest. His arms were still around her, his hold instinctive, protective, even in sleep. She didn't move. Not yet. The weight of what they'd shared still lingered in the air, soft and warm. She traced the faded scar on his collarbone, wondering how many more stories were written across his skin, wondering how long they had left to write new ones. He opened his eyes slowly. "Morning," he rasped, voice thick with sleep. "You sound less like a beast," she teased, and he smiled, a rare, quiet smile that reached the corners of his eyes. "You do strange things to me, Era." The name sounded different in his mouth now. No longer a prisoner, no longer a ghost. Just her. She sat up, brushing leaves from her hair. "Do we keep running?" Theron followed, rising to his feet with a stretch. "We don't have a choice. Varen wasn't alone. Word will spread. Then let's not wait for the world to catch us." They traveled northward, through valleys and old forgotten paths. The land changed with every step, cold, harsher, more jagged. Wolves howled in the distance, but none dared draw near, and yet unease crawled beneath Theron's skin. They camped that night in a ravine, mist curling at their feet. Era was quiet. Her thoughts felt like thunderclouds, thick and unspoken. "You regret it," he said finally. "No." She looked at him. "I fear it. Because you love a monster. Because I love a man who doesn't believe he's worth loving." His breath caught. "Era, don't run from it," she said. "Not when we've already lost too much." He closed the space between them. "Then let me tell you what I never told anyone, not even my mate. I'm listening. I wasn't there when my children died." Her breath stilled. "I was chasing a rumor, a hunter, thought I could stop him before he reached our den. I failed, and I've hated myself every day since because I lived, and they didn't." Era reached for his hand. "You're not running anymore." He pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. "You're the only thing that makes me want to be more than what I became." "Then be it. And if the past catches us, we face it together." His arms tightened, and in that ravine, surrounded by fog and silence, they didn't speak again. But their silence said everything. Because love, when born in fire and blood, binds deeper than any curse, and even monsters given a choice can choose to heal. The wind shifted. Even before the scent reached them, Theron knew. Something ancient stirred in the trees. the kind of stillness that warned of sharpened blades and watching eyes. He pulled Ara behind him instinctively, his body low, muscles coiled. "They've found us," he said. "How many?" He sniffed the air again, expression hardening. "Enough to make this hurt." They ran. No words, no plans, only instinct and urgency. Their feet tore through the underbrush, weaving through trees, dodging roots and shadows. But the hounds were trained, the men were skilled, and the trap had already been set. Steel clashed with claw. Arrows pierced the trees like rain, forcing them apart. Ara dragged one way, Theron another. Her scream shattered through the forest as hands grabbed her, ropes binding her wrists, magic seeping into her skin like ice. "Theron!" But she saw no sign of him. Only cloaked hunters, their eyes dead and cold, pulling her through the brush like a trophy. "The she-devil's alive," one of them sneered. "Good, the beast will come for her." They dragged her to the edge of a clearing where wooden stakes had already been set. A trap. Theron would smell her blood. He would come. And they would kill him. Her heart beat like thunder. "Don't," she whispered. "Please don't come." But she knew he would. He always would. Theron crouched high in the trees, silent, trembling. He watched them tie her to the center post, watched the hunters smear silver on their blades, watched them sharpen the arrows that would pierce his heart. He could tear through all of them. The rage was there, the beast within him snarled for it. But she had asked him to be more, not less. And so he breathed, watched, waited. "Do not come for me," her voice echoed in his memory. "Not like this." But then a hunter backhanded her, and something inside Theron snapped. He leapt. The first man didn't even have time to scream. Claws tore through cloth and flesh, fangs broke bone, the air filled with chaos, screaming blood. Ira ducked as one man's body was thrown past her. "Then!" "I told you," he growled, voice thick and broken. "No one touches you." But the last hunter was clever. He held a dagger to Ira's throat, silver pressed against her skin. "You'll lose her," the man spat, "just like the others." Theron froze, chest heaving. "Let her go," he said. "Or what? You'll kill me. Do it, beast. Then watch her bleed." And Ira, in one swift breath, bit the man's hand. Hard, he screamed, and Theron moved. 1 second, one strike. It was over. Silence returned to the clearing, broken only by their panting breaths. Theron fell to his knees in front of her, clawed hands shaking. "I almost lost you." "You didn't." She leaned into him, her forehead pressed to his. "You chose love over vengeance," she whispered. "You came back to me. Always." And in that ruined clearing, stained by ash and blood, he kissed her like she was the first dawn after endless night. Because when monsters fall in love, they do so with teeth bared and hearts wide open. The silence that followed was not peace. It was ruin. The bodies lay still in the clearing, twisted in death. The silvered weapons glinted in the blood-soaked earth. Smoke curled from a fallen torch, and somewhere a wolf howled in the distance, low and mournful. Theron stood in the center of it all, chest heaving, the beast receding slowly beneath his skin. Ara watched him from the broken post, her arms finally free, but her heart bound tighter than ever. "You didn't want to be this," she said gently, stepping over limbs and ashes. "You didn't want more blood. But it always comes for me," he whispered, "even when I run." She reached him, placing a hand on his chest. His heart thundered beneath her palm. "You didn't start this war." "No," he said, voice hollow, "but I've become it." A gust of wind carried the scent of steel and death into the trees. The hunters were only the first, others would come, always more. "We can't stay here," she said. "They'll find this place." "Let them," Theron growled. "I'll bury every last one of them." But Ira turned his face to hers. "And what will be left of you?" He didn't answer. Instead, he led her to the river, where they cleaned the blood from their skin in silence. The cold stung. It reminded them they were still alive. Later, as they sat by the embers of a small fire tucked beneath a cliffside overhang, Ara dared to ask the question that had burned in her chest since the fight ended. "Why did you save me, Theron?" He didn't look at her at first, just stared into the flames like they held the answers he couldn't face. "Because I was supposed to hate you," he said at last. "You were supposed to be a name, a face, a punishment. But you were kind, defiant, alive." He met her eyes. "You reminded me of what I lost, and then you reminded me of what I still could have." Ira's throat tightened. "And what is that?" "Choice." He leaned closer, not to kiss her, but to rest his forehead against hers. I don't want to be a weapon anymore. Then don't be. She laced her fingers through his. Be a man. Be mine. Be free. The fire crackled between them, low and steady, and in that fragile silence their war-torn souls leaned toward love, knowing it could never undo the past, but it might just save what was left. The village bells rang before dawn, far away but close enough that the sound carried, urgent, rhythmic, and angry. Era froze where she stood, water gourd in hand, listening to the echo thrum through the trees like a war drum. They're calling for blood, Theron murmured behind her. Yours? Ours. They had slept by the fire, curled against one another like vines around broken stone. But peace, as always, was borrowed time. And time had run thin. He packed quickly, movements practiced and sharp. She followed silently, the weight of the day curling through her ribs like smoke. They'll track the dead, she said, and the fire. They already have. He turned to her, his face more human than beast, but carved with something darker, resignation. We run until the ground falls out beneath us, or they do. Is that living? It's surviving. They moved through the woods like shadows, two figures stitched from loss and fury, fleeing a world that would never forgive them. As they climbed higher into the mountains, the air grew thinner, colder, and the trees turned to brittle skeletons clawing at the sky. There, in a cave hollowed by time, they found a moment to breathe. Era curled against the stone, her cloak drawn tight. Theron paced. You've killed again, she whispered. He didn't deny it. You could have let them take me, she said, voice trembling. You could have walked away, vanished into the trees, let them believe you were dead. And lose you? You never had me. Don't lie to me now. She rose to her feet, spine straight, fire in her throat. I'm not a prize, Theron. I'm not your redemption. You're not, he agreed. You're my choice. That stopped her. Every time they come, every time the claws come out, I ask myself if this is worth it, and it is. Every time, it's you. His voice cracked, low and raw. But I'm tired of running, Ira. Tired of blood. Tired of pretending I don't want something more than survival. Then what do you want? He crossed the space between them, slowly, like a man approaching his altar. You. Era closed her eyes. She was afraid. Not of him, but of what she felt. Of what she wanted. Of what would break when the world caught up to them again. But she still whispered, then stay, and stop running. He pulled her into his arms, holding her like a secret too precious for daylight. And somewhere above the storm-thick clouds, the moon watched two broken things choose each other, even as the world sharpened its knives. They came with dogs this time. Hounds trained to sniff out wolves, even in their human skins. Their howls split the twilight, echoing through the mountain pass like horns of judgment. Ara and Theron watched from the mouth of the cave as flickering torches pierced the woods below like stars on fire. They won't stop, she said, her breath curling white. They can't. They need me to be the monster. He stood with fists clenched, shirt open to the chest, scars bare like sins carved in flesh. His eyes glowed faintly amber, not from shifting, but from fury he no longer tried to cage. We can still run, she said softly. No. He turned to her. We stop here. I won't lose you to another night of fear, and I won't lose myself to another night of hate. Era stepped forward and took his hand. Then we do it together. That night, the forest met the flame of vengeance. Theron tore through the first wave like shadow incarnate, teeth and claws coated in silver blood. Ira fought beside him, not with fang or fury, but with cunning. She led their pursuers into brambles, into cliffs, into the sharp embrace of the land itself. Still, they were too many. The hunters had brought chains, bolts dipped in wolfsbane. And behind them, a man cloaked in crimson bore a familiar emblem, a mark from the same village that burned Theron's world. You, Theron growled, backing into the clearing, breath ragged. You should be dead, the man replied, raising his crossbow. You were supposed to die with your cursed pups. Time slowed. Ira screamed, the bolt flew. But Theron didn't fall, because she had stepped in front of him. The silver-tipped shaft bit into her shoulder, and she crumpled, not dead but bleeding. No, Theron dropped to his knees, catching her before she hit the ground. Era. I'm fine, she gasped. It missed my heart, barely. Why would you? Because I won't watch you die for a war you didn't start. His howl shook the valley. And when the hunters came again, they faced not a beast, but a god of rage. Therein left none alive. By dawn, the mountain was silent again. Birds refused to sing. The forest held its breath. In the cave, therein cleaned her wound, trembling. "You should have let me die," she whispered, pale but alive. "I did once," he said, voice breaking. "When I let them burn, I won't make that mistake again." She reached for him, fingers slipping against his, anchoring him. "Then don't let go." And under the cold moonlight, their bodies finally met in truth, not as prisoner and captor, not as wolf and woman, but as two souls stitched together by pain, survival, and the defiant need to feel alive. Their love was slow and searing, a balm and a brand, the kind of union forged not in safety but in fire. And when they collapsed in each other's arms, breathless and whole, the world outside could wait, for here they had found something worth bleeding for. The snow came 2 days later, soft and soundless. It blanketed the corpses like a mercy, erasing footprints, muting the scent of blood. Winter, it seemed, was kinder than men. In the cave, warmth lingered, not just from the fire, but from them. Theron hadn't left Ira's side. He barely slept. Every time her breath hitched or her brow furrowed in pain, he was there, whispering promises he didn't know how to keep. "You don't have to stay," she murmured once, eyes heavy with sleep. "But I want to." And he did. For the first time in years, he wanted to stay. Not for vengeance, not for survival, but for her. When Ira woke again, the pain had dulled, replaced by a strange clarity. She sat up slowly, watching him tend the fire, shirtless, scars aglow beneath the flicker. He looked like something carved from the wild, a man born of loss and storm. "Why me?" she asked softly. Theron glanced over, surprise flickering in his amber eyes. "You should hate me," she said. "You could have chosen anyone to keep. Why me?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over, knelt beside her, and reached for her hand, gentle, reverent. "Because you looked at me and didn't flinch," he said. "Even when I growled, even when I bled, even when I told you I wanted to break something. I wanted to understand," she whispered, "and you did." Silence swelled between them, but it was soft now, no longer brittle. "I was going to kill them all," he admitted. "Every last one of them who stood by when my children screamed. And now," his voice cracked, "I don't know. Some nights I still want to, but when I look at you, I want something else." He leaned in slowly, brushing his lips over her bandaged shoulder. "Peace," he said, "or something close to it." They stayed in that cave for 3 more nights, long enough for her wound to begin healing, long enough for his rage to cool into something quieter. Long enough for them to find a rhythm that felt almost like home, but peace, they knew, could not last. "The snow won't cover us forever," she said on the 5th morning. "No," he agreed, "but maybe it can guide us somewhere new." They buried their past in the forest. Theron carved the names of his children into the bark of a pine tree and pressed his forehead to the rough surface as if it could forgive him. Then, hand in hand, they walked into the blizzard. No destination, no plan. Only the quiet pulse of something that felt like hope. And behind them, in the cave where blood once dried and warmth bloomed, the fire finally died. But the memory of it would never fade. The village they reached had no name. It was a scattering of stone homes nestled between icy ridges, smoke curling from chimneys like ghostly fingers. The people here were worn and quiet, their eyes wary but not cruel. When Theron and Ira arrived, cloaked and windburned, no one asked questions. Not yet. They found shelter in an abandoned cabin at the edge of town. The windows were cracked, the door sagged, but it was dry, safe. For now, that was enough. "They don't know?" Ira whispered as she looked out at the snow-dusted rooftops. "Let's keep it that way," Theron replied. But secrets never stayed buried, not for monsters. Word traveled. Whispers of a man with golden eyes and a woman too pale, too silent. A boy spotted Theron's shadow lengthen in the moonlight. An old man remembered the name Theron used when trading for bread, one that should have been forgotten. And on the 7th night, they came. Not villagers. Not soldiers. Wolves. "They tracked me," Theron said, rage and sorrow knotted in his voice. "Your pack?" Ira asked. He nodded once. "What's left of it?" The door shattered. They spilled in like a memory he'd tried to forget. Shifters with hollow eyes, scars across their throats, and betrayal hanging from their teeth. "You abandoned us," one growled. "You chose her." Theron didn't deny it. I chose peace. You chose weakness. The fight was quick and brutal. Theron didn't shift. He fought with fists, with firewood, with everything he had left that wasn't claws. Era stabbed one with a broken lantern, flame and oil catching his coat like a curse. When the last of them fell, choking on his own rage, Theron collapsed beside him, chest heaving. Era knelt over him, blood staining her hands. You can't run from who you are, she whispered. I don't want to run, he rasped. I just want to choose what I become. She kissed him then, fiercely, fully, like it was the first breath after drowning. Then choose me, she said, always. That night, they made love again, not out of fear or desperation, but defiance. Their bodies moved like prayer, like vengeance, like salvation. She whispered his name into his scars, and he trembled against her skin like a man reborn. They left the village before sunrise. No more running, no more hiding. Just two cursed souls on the road again, bound by something stronger than blood or fury. And as the mountains swallowed them whole, the wind carried no howls, only the quiet heartbeat of a love that refused to die.